Chris Webber, you got Doug Christie.
No, you've got Sabonis from Gonzaga that is just a double-double machine. You've got Keegan Murray, the brother of Chris that Auburn fans saw. You know, he was Big Ten Player of the Year last year.
Right.
And De'Aaron Fox is just one of the best guards in basketball. But they've had such a swing. It had been 16 years, I think you mentioned. Now the professional team with the longest drought in the postseason is?
Professional basketball?
All sports.
All sports in the postseason.
In all sports?
Yep.
Is it a basketball team?
It is not.
Who is it?
It's an NFL team.
Oh, it's going to be the
Browns. Nope. No, the Browns made it last year. Yeah.
Who is it, Lance?
It would be the New York Jets.
Wow.
Trying to change that.
Aaron Rodgers' new team. Interesting. All right, that's the show today. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Don't forget, a new Mystery Fifth Hour is out. I think I saw that floating around on all the platforms. The Bama and Bourbon still was interesting content there. Namari Burnett is at Michigan after he was on our show yesterday. So he's on the way, Namari Burnett. T. Rice is right. Jim took the National League East for a stake, but he didn't pick them to win it all. Yeah, just making a pick.
So I win somehow.
That's Dunaway.
One's a stake, one's a prediction. And by the way, one was 1 hour, and now it's different. It's a different hour. My mind's not a beautiful thing. We're back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America. Verlander already on the IL.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, live now on a Friday. Controversy everywhere to start with on the show. Later on, we'll talk football, including Bruce Feldman, who will join us. Got really good insight on, sort of the dirt on the NFL draft, first-round picks, and others Feldman with The Athletic will be with us at 11 to talk about that. Clint Lamb in the final hour of the show to talk about the changing Alabama offense in Tuscaloosa under Nick Saban. Well, we got to start with basketball. Such a big part of the day and the evening last night and the weekend coming up. Shot clock violations. I mean, we have technology, we have clocks and everything. And as Andrew starts off in the chat room, UAB got hosed last night. North Texas getting 5 points off 2 uncalled but obvious shot clock violations, completely altered the game. As you watched it, Brownie and LT, I know we're playing in basically a hotel lobby of a casino and not at Madison Square Garden. What happened? What went on with these shot clock violations?
Well, the final one, and I forgot exactly what the score was, but UAB played great defense. And, even the announcers, I mean, you could tell in real time, sometimes it's such a bang-bang play. But you could tell in real time there's no way he got that shot off. And the announcers were saying the same thing. And so they didn't replay it until UAB had gone down and maybe had gotten fouled or there was a turnover. There was a stoppage in clock or stopping the clock though, and when they replayed it, I mean the ball is completely in hand where you can. It was a great shot of it, where the clock is at 0, and I just don't know how you missed that call.
Yeah, I mean there's a cluck and a horn. I mean even the horn
and the backboard lights up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you. This is
and how can you not replay that?
I don't know. Lunsford showed us the photos there, just the still shots. We cannot show you the video for copyright purposes, but the still shots. And I don't know. I mean, especially the last one is under 2 minutes. The first one, the one Lunsford's showing you, is under 10. So I don't think you can replay that one. But I thought you could replay under 2.
But see, the backboard's not lit up.
It is not.
Is that because there was a malfunction or because there's still like a fraction of a second? Because I don't know if you guys noticed this in the NCAA tournament. We went down to tenths of a second on the shot clock, which was new to me this year. But it was down to 0.4 on the shot clock sometimes.
Yeah, but to me, 0-0.
No, that's not the case.
Well, it's the light.
Yeah, it's the light, and I just wonder if the light was malfunctioning last night during that because it was on 0.
But back to that shot, Lunsford. Look at this. No, go to the where you got him
the
on the
9 minute
baseline.
mark. Oh,
yeah, that was the most egregious.
Yeah, that's
I
under
thought.
2 minutes right there, and it's a tight game at that point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was a 5-point game.
Yeah, there you go.
This one right here, though, look at the official staring straight at him.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's got a good angle, doesn't he? He's looking right at it.
And those were 2 huge calls in a game that ended up being a 7-point win by North Texas.
But that said, UAB did not play their A game.
Nope.
North Texas has beaten them now 3 of 4. If it was an NBA opening round series from the 80s that used to be best of 5, they would have won the series 3-4. 68-61, North Texas wins the NIT championship. So that's that. Big picture. UAB won 29 games. I mean, it wasn't the NCAA tournament like last year, but you still take a lot of positives away from this team. And as I was reading some national guys, they're not as worried about UAB losing some of these talented players like Jelly Walker because of one factor, and that's Andy Kennedy. The national, not just local, the national respect Andy Kennedy has among basketball people is tremendous, and his ability to recruit and put together a roster. He did it with this group for the last couple of years. He's about to remake this roster again. He'll do a lot in the portal. UAB's in a really good place, and Andy tweeted out last night that he was thankful of this group to help make UAB relevant again in basketball, and that's true. He has made UAB relevant again in basketball.
Yeah, I've got full confidence, and as they transition to the American, look, it's going to be more resources, more profile, and this conference. I mean, CUSA, where it is right now, this is amazing, and I know we don't really talk about the NIT. We never talk about the CBI, but Charlotte won the CBI. CUSA in postseason is 18-2.
All the teams are losing, which is, I mean, it's a crazy postseason record. You're right. What's even crazier is they're losing every one of those teams. Like, they can't even do a victory lap. Yeah. But, I mean, it's wild. And they were showing it last night that it has never happened. But now, when you say it's never happened, the CBI is relatively new, right? I mean, that's
I think within the last
old.
10 years. Yeah, 10 years.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're kind of creating for the first time ever here, but for the first time ever, you could have one conference win all three postseason tournaments. Don't think it's going to happen because I don't think FAU is going to close the deal. But it is at least a possibility right now for the first time ever.
Yeah. So a great year for UAB. The Conference USA in the rearview mirror now. And next year with football and basketball, it's off to the AAC, the American, and bright days ahead. Bright days ahead for Blazer Nation. We'll flip the script to baseball right after LT tells us about Woodhouse Day Spa. It was opening day yesterday. You Braves fans are happy because you won. You look dominant. But a lot of other things happen in baseball, including a proposal story. I'll go around the table. Tyler, you're still too young. Tyler in for Rockstar today. Rockstar finishing up some concert tours out of state. Tyler, you've never proposed, I'm going to say. You surprised me with a tattoo. Have you ever proposed and been turned down, proposed and have been engaged? Are you engaged at this moment? I know you're not married.
You ever stalked? You ever had a restraining order?
Yeah.
No to all of the above.
Okay. Everyone else, Lunsford is handling 2 jobs for his old job and Forrester's in the back row. We'll get his proposal story. I want to ask you guys about yours, and then I want to show you what could be the best proposal story of all time from last night after you tell us about Woodhouse. Great anniversary gift, Woodhouse, as well.
No, great anniversary gift. Mother's Day is coming up. And how about this? Tomorrow, you've got 2 Final Four games. You've got a slate of baseball, day 3 of Major League Baseball. You probably want to go to sports bar, have the guys over, send the wife or girlfriend to Woodhouse Day Spa. They're going to absolutely love it. It's Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online, or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell KC Stewart, the fine folks there, the next round sent you. We need to send you. They'll put you in a robe. You can have a mimosa, relax a little bit before you get your services done.
Oh, wow.
Dude, send me. If the company's going to send me on a mission, man, if they pick up the tab, I will go to Woodhouse Day Spa every day. No, I'll do a podcast from it.
Stewart and Casey have already told me that I can get everybody taken care of. I've just got to set it up.
Yeah, dude, I will go every day. I'll do a post-show podcast daily from the Woodhouse Day Spa if they're in on it.
It'd be amazing to do it every day.
I love spa treatment. I'm a massage addict. In fact, I got to go get a pedicure at some point today, tomorrow, or Sunday. Maggie and I will make it a couples outing.
You have to do this?
Yeah, because, you just got to get your feet right. It's pool and lake season. It's time to take the shoes off.
You do.
I got to be honest with you, Jim. I'd never had a pedicure in my life. But there's a but to this. Last summer, for just a quick anniversary weekend, my wife and I went off to a spa in the mountains.
Love it.
And part of the treatment option that I had purchased for her was a couple's pedicure to spend a little time together there.
Love it.
Phenomenal. I mean, I know there are a lot of people watching this show. A lot of our audience is like, "Oh, I can't believe you do that."
Well,
I couldn't either. It was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody needs a pedicure. Like, I'm fortunate I don't need the manicure. I've got really, really good nails.
You do. I bite mine, so it's worthless on me.
But the everybody needs the foot treatment.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not afraid to admit I put lotion on the feet.
No, I have to. I got really dry skin.
I want to have soft feet when I die. I've talked about that before.
Although that part's always covered in the casket.
I will tell you, though, and I say that, and I want to be cremated, so it doesn't really make sense. But I don't like the part where they scrub the bottom of the feet.
Well, I'm very ticklish.
I am too. It tickles me too bad.
Yeah, my foot was like jerking the whole time, and she's like, you got to relax. I am relaxed. I'm just very, very, very ticklish.
And they massage the legs, and as they move up the leg, it gets a little shaky for me as well. Because Maggie and I have a fun little game. I don't know if y'all played it at your house. It's called Chicken.
I thought it was called Hide the Sausage.
Tyler, I know you're a little new here. When Jim starts this, we all just back off and let him go. All right? Back off, let him go.
It's a game called Chicken. If we're like at a restaurant or right down the road, I can't believe I'm telling this. She'll start with, her leg on my knee, and then it'll move a little higher. And at some point, you'll slap the hand away or call chicken, and you'll stop.
But
It's been years since I've called chicken.
If you don't,
Hey, why are you calling chicken? I can
call
understand
chicken
her.
herself.
Yeah, she does a lot more than I do.
Yeah, I mean, she called headache. I don't know why you would ever call chicken, Jim. Just let it go.
Is Maggie a lefty?
she is good out of the bullpen. I'll just say that. Situational pitcher.
So you've been to Jamaica. You told us your story about
Couple
getting
times,
naked.
twice.
Have you been to Jamaica?
I've never been to Jamaica, no.
Well, the reason I bring this up is they have a thing called a booze cruise, and they do it other places as well. I mean, you can do it in most Caribbean places. But when we went on the booze cruise, I thought one of the most uncomfortable things, and look, for tourists, the locals will do a lot for money. But by the end of the booze cruise, we're heading home. Everybody's, pretty liquored up. This one girl's going around and she's got lotion and she's rubbing people's feet for tips. And I was just thinking how disgusting that was. Like everybody was barefoot. They were on Rick's Cafe, jumping off that rock.
Right.
Everybody's stepping in everybody's pee at the urinal. And this chick is rubbing lotion into people's feet.
Yeah, it is pretty bad right there. I'd really have to need the money pretty bad.
Yeah, that's a tough job.
I mean, there are a lot of options I'm going to explore before I get to that one.
Would you rather shovel horse shit from the back of a police horse on the streets of Bourbon Street or massage tourist feet that have been in bathrooms and boats all day?
Animal poop doesn't bother me. I'll shovel horse poop all day long.
It bothers me, but I'm at least a shovel's length away from it at all times. I'm not touching it. I'm touching your feet.
Yeah.
Even you with good feet, I don't want to touch them.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
There's only a few feet that I would touch.
Okay, so Lunsford, when you proposed to your wife, what was the? Give me the scene. What was the setup when you proposed to the wife? What was that like?
I mean, we went to a place called Serenbe, and it's like just outside Atlanta, Georgia. It's like a little town in the middle of nowhere.
Stranger Things?
No, I don't. My wife found it somehow on Instagram, and we went just by like a lake, and I proposed. I already knew I was going to do it that weekend. I planned it out forever. The worst part was asking her dad, because I went and asked her dad the day before, and he owns a restaurant downtown, and it was like super busy lunch hour. I took a lunch break from the radio station and went down there, and I was like, hey, can I talk to you real quick? And he said no and walked off.
Her dad did that to you?
Hey, not as bad as what Maggie's dad did to Dunaway.
I know. He at least heard the
Nothing can top
pitch and said no.
Yeah, nothing could top that. I was like, hey, can I talk to you about something serious? And he said no and walked off.
Okay.
And I had to get the hostess to go back and get him. And I was like, no, please, let me talk to you about this. And then I asked him, and he was fine with it. And, I mean, the proposal was, I don't know, something you just see a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, you guys can kill me over there in the chat room, but if you and your wife, girlfriend are playing chicken this weekend, you pour one out for Jimmy America if that's happening in the car. Jay Pears, you listen in Dallas.
Yeah, I had never heard of that.
Yeah,
That's an interesting game.
Yeah, chicken's interesting, yeah.
Yeah. For me, we went to Hot and Hot on my birthday.
Right.
And then here in Birmingham, then we were up to a scenic part. I probably couldn't find my way up there again to save my life. And I got down on one knee while we were overlooking Birmingham and proposed. But I asked the father-in-law, and he said no. Never ever gave me his blessings.
He said never ever.
He never did.
Oh.
He never did. He didn't. Said no. Left the meeting. No blessings. No blessings. Agreed to walk Maggie down the aisle, but never blessed the wedding.
I am not coming to the reception.
Don't know where the hell he is right now. What about you when you proposed to your now ex-wife?
We were in Destin. I was poor. I was nervous. I had had the ring for months, and I waited till sunset, and we were having a couple of cocktails, and I proposed on the beach.
What about you?
So you'll have to remember Jennifer and I dated 8 years before we got engaged. So
yeah, that was another situation. We dated for 12.
Yeah, so everybody was expecting it, and
Maggie and I, we'd been together at least 10 months.
She was about to graduate from college, and I was about to finish my attempt at graduating from college. And that was going to be the obvious time to get married, right after you're done with college. So I tried to throw her off the scent. So I actually took her ring shopping after I'd already bought the ring, which I guess is a roll of the dice a little bit. Like if she points out and says, I do not want that, and that's what I've already got.
See, I've got confidence enough that I can pick out a good ring. I know.
Oh, I knew that too. And I'd already bought the ring. I just took her ring shopping to throw her off the scent a little bit.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I was going to do it that weekend.
Is it new, or has this been forever that women want to pick out their own ring?
I think that's fairly new, yeah.
I will tell you this. I had a ring originally that I was going to give Maggie without asking her what kind she liked. We did not always see eye to eye, and we got in a few fights.
Right.
And I remember taking that ring back thinking there's no way I'm ever going to ask this person to marry me.
Yeah.
And I think that's when I switched cars from a Honda Prelude to a used SUV. I used that money to buy a used car. And then ended up going back and buying a ring. And after telling her that story later, the ring that I'd picked out, she hated that style and went to a more traditional cut.
So I was finishing up at Jack State at the time. I was in a video production class, and I took a couple of her favorite movies, and I'd rented so this shows you how long this has been. This is back when you rented VHS for VCR. So I'd rented a movie, and I had taken the movie out of that case and put this video in. And I'd put on all the adult, the warnings, adult language, all those things, just like you're watching an actual movie. And it started with clips from her favorite romantic movies.
Oh,
and
she
was
like
like,
this.
"What is this?"
Yeah, that's a lot of work, Brown.
I don't know. Well, I mean, for the rest of your life, Lance, till death do you part. So I was like, I don't know what this is. And we keep watching it, and at the end, it says, "Will you marry me?" And I hit the knee with the ring.
Oh,
and
that's really good.
Totally took her by surprise.
Damn, Brown.
When did you become so hard? I mean, you have now. I mean, that's very romantic. When did you change?
I'm much more romantic than you guys realize. I just don't show it to y'all because I'm not romantic with you two idiots.
Yeah,
but
that's really good, Brown.
That's debatable with you and the old man.
me and my husband. But anyway, the funny part about that is I had also organized like some family and friends to meet us somewhere for a little celebration afterwards, right? Well, when we'd go back to her, well, I've left off part of the story that I brought up in Louisville is Chris Stewart. I involved him because I was still trying to throw her off the scent.
Alabama basketball play-by-play guy Chris Stewart.
That's right. I needed to get her dressed up for that party, so I said, let's go meet. We're going to go meet Chris and his wife. This was Chris's first wife, Dana, for dinner. So Alabama basketball play-by-play guy Chris Stewart and his wife, Dana, we met and had a great dinner. And then we came back to her place, and I popped that movie. And, well, she was like, well, you're not changing, but I'm putting on something more comfortable to watch this movie. So then I proposed to her, and she's in, like, sweats and a T-shirt. And she's like, I got to put these nice clothes back on if we're going somewhere. Yeah. So that was kind of a fun.
That's fantastic. And another part you left out was when Chris said, she said yes. Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Yeah.
All right. All that set up for a piece of video after LT tells us about Slice. Great place to go have lunch today and to kick off your weekend.
Hey, pop the question at Slice.
Hey,
why not? Hey,
it's better than what we're about to show you.
Pizza, local ingredients. Does it have to do with the concert, by the way?
No.
You'll see.
This is great video. If you
local pizza, local ingredients, created by my late friend Jeff Bajaya. Just incredible concept. His brothers Jason and Chris continue the legacy that is Slice Pizza. It continues to grow. Started with one location in Lakeview, then Vestavia, then Montevallo, now Crestline Park. This weekend, get into Slice. If you've been before, you know how good these pizzas are. In my opinion, the best pizza in Birmingham. We've talked about it here on the show. Crust makes the pizza. The crust is incredible, but also the specialty pizzas from the Hot Mama, the Soul Pie, the Wing and a Prayer, the Spicy Hawaiian, the Bajaya Special. Incredible stuff. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Michael, I can't tell you on the air, but when my wife ran a 10K, her first 10K ever, it was really special for us too. But Michael asked his wife to marry him after she ran her first 10K. Smart move on his part. Endorphins up.
Oh, yeah.
And everything. I mean, she would say.
She's looking for anything positive at that point. Yeah.
Does this ring come with water? Absolutely.
I'm trying not to vomit.
I will take it.
I don't like running, but I ran for years, and I've done 2 10Ks, and I was never sore after a 10K. I can't walk today after that walk.
After the walk?
Like, I got up with my alarm this morning to work out, and I had to set it an hour more and slept because I couldn't work out.
Wow. Yeah. Carolina's killed Lance. Speaking of being killed, this proposal last night in baseball, let me set it up for you. The guy jumps onto the field. He's going to rush the field much like a streaker and then get down on one knee looking to the outfield seats, pops out the ring to ask his soon-to-be wife in the stands, will you marry me? But watch what happens here. Video, an opening day baseball yesterday. Look at this. He's on the knee, LT, and he gets level. And look at L'Oreal Gurriel.
Hey, where's that ring now?
Boom!
Apparently, he held on to it. He did not fumble the ring, according to reports. We'll get a replay here coming up here.
That's incredible because that would have been tough to find, right?
Yeah. I mean, watch the hit again. He's down on the knee, and boom. That is targeting. And then they come piling on after that. But boom.
God almighty.
What
you
a
can't
hit.
even hear, would you marry me? You
Yeah.
can't even hear her answer from that distance. What a dumb idea this is.
You know, the thing, it's not like the guy's running. I mean, this is all about, it's a great hit, too. I mean, that's perfect form.
It really is perfect form.
It's non-targeting.
Didn't lead with the helmet.
I do love the outfielder. He's celebrating at first, and then he's like, oh, my gosh, you got play. Watch him. He's celebrating.
I do think this is a little unnecessary.
No, I mean, if you let him do it, then everyone's going to do
you
it.
got to make a point right here.
No,
This
I mean,
is
you
gonna be-
arrest him, but I don't know if you have to go in that hard.
Yeah, no. Listen, this is like we were talking about the other day when the zebra bit the guy's arm off. You remember that story in Trash? You got to drag that zebra in front of all the other zebras and put him down, because all the other zebras have got to look and say, well, why did they kill George? Well, he bit the guy's arm off.
I
And
really
they're like,
don't
okay,
know.
why I'm never doing that again.
I get that. I don't know if this is going to be a big trend. This is much like a zebra attacking and taking somebody's arm off. I mean, how many people are going to propose like this?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what happens for me.
It's really not intimate because you're so far away.
I know, it makes no sense, really.
My luck, I'll go out there and do it, and Maggie will be getting like a cheesy pretzel and not even up in the stands.
I had
or
to go to the
something.
bathroom. I'm sorry.
She'll come back and they'll be like, hey, we clapped and said yes for you, but Jim was out proposing on the field. And by the way, he got the crap knocked out of
Well,
him.
I mean, I think this is just a trespassing charge. Like, I think you pretty much pay a fine if you don't have any priors and you're done, right? But I also think...
Oh, yeah.
No, I think you
It
get...
is almost helmet to helmet there.
I think you get banned from Dodger Stadium for life, don't you?
Probably.
I think you get banned from life if you storm the field and get arrested for it.
Yeah, I
is
think-
that his hat that is flying forward, or is that the
Yes.
ring box?
Or
It's his hat.
It's
Okay.
not his head. It's his hat.
Okay.
He could
I think that-
probably submit for re-entry. I bet there's a way that you
think
probably
so?
could go before a board at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
But your girl Taylor Swift just started her tour, I think last week, 2 weeks ago.
I think 2 weeks now, the Eras tour.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but some dude during, maybe it was Love Story, got on his knee and popped the question, and she went nuts.
You know what's crazy from those videos?
Seems like a little too much going on, though.
Yeah. What's crazy is that restaurants before those concerts and bars afterwards and transit going to and from the concerts, people are just having these massive sing-alongs to Taylor Swift songs. It's been a pretty special tour for Taylor Swift so far.
Have you ever seen somebody propose at someone else's wedding reception, which to me
that is a
massive
violation.
foul? Massive foul.
I
But
think
you've
we
never
know
seen it in
somebody,
person?
don't we, Lunsford?
What?
Don't we know somebody that proposed at somebody's wedding reception?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. I'm interested to see who this might be. That's a massive foul, right?
Yeah, you're not supposed to steal the spotlight of the
No,
bride's
not
biggest
from the
day.
bride,
Yeah,
no.
you're not even supposed to look better than her on those
That's an
days.
Aaron Rodgers move. He's probably going to a wedding this weekend. Hey, I got an announcement.
That's right. At the reception. Hey, I'm going to the Jets.
With Mike Fees. Hey, guys.
Aaron wants to make a toast. I'd like to say to everyone's here, I'm going to the Jets. Wait, what about us? All right. When we come back, a lot to get to today. Everything else that is going on in basketball and in college football. Big announcement, breaking news for the nation. Not surprising anyone around here about Brandon Miller. That's coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. A chance to get that eyesight ready for the future right now. See the future with Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number that I called over 2 decades ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, 2015 vision, which I still have 2 decades later. Make the phone call today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, you wear the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
All right, roll into the second segment of the show today. Bruce Feldman in hour number 3 at 11 Central. Clint Lamb from Tuscaloosa at hour number 4 to start the 12 o'clock hour, 12 Central. He'll be with us. Before we talk Brandon Miller and some big basketball for the weekend and then some college football news, let's tell you about our friends at Hemp Hill. Lance will send out a lock a little bit later on. Hemp Hill fixes it right, and they fix it at a fair price.
They do, Dunaway. Our friends at Hemp Hill. I actually talked to Andrew yesterday. Had to clear up an invoice, so I called my friend Andrew at Hemp Hill Services, and they want to remind you got to keep that HVAC keeping up right now with the changing weather. $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned, operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Bobby says, I'm a few minutes behind right now, but the security guard blowing up the proposal guy was completely fine. Got to set a precedent. We agree with that. Kerry says bouncers manhandle patrons worse than that every night in bars across America. Brownie.
For my mom, a friend of hers hired a plane to fly over Bryant-Denny Stadium, pulling behind the sign, "Will you marry me?" in the lady's name. During the game, when the plane flew by, he pointed it out, and she said, "We'll talk about that after the game."
Yeah, roll damn tide.
So what happened?
I don't know. You want to follow up?
Yeah.
All right, I'll text
Did
my
she
mom.
say yes, or was she just
is
into
it
the
more
game?
I'm too engaged in the game
That's right.
to even process and think about this? Or, because I have never experienced anybody that I know, or I've never seen the person say no. Because I guess the best way to handle that is if it's a public place, you say yes, you pretend to be happy, and then after the fact, you shouldn't put me in that situation.
That's right.
I'm not ready.
So I was the chat's on fire right now, but I was trying to go back. Oh, here it is. Bama Guy 46. I saw a guy propose in a restaurant. The lady said no, and the guy cussed her out and left. Everybody was stunned, and it was very awkward. I can imagine.
I would have bought her Jimmy Single would have bought her a drink and asked her out.
Yeah. That's a good rebounder there.
The old swoop in.
Yeah. Jimmy Mary would have bought her a drink and over-tipped the server.
Circle the wreckage.
So my mom said she felt so bad, she came back and proposed to him, and he said yes.
Now he has the upper hand. That was a bad play on her part.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully,
Let me.
are they still married?
Let me circle back.
He plays golf every day.
Oh, yeah, he's got all the upper hand. How long have they been married? I'll ask that.
He died 7 years ago. Braves win yesterday in baseball. Some other baseball news in a moment. But first, Brandon Miller announces yesterday, he tells Woj of ESPN that he's going to the NBA. Absolutely zero on the surprise meter here, right?
Zero. I mean, he is now projected maybe the number 2 overall.
Easily top 3 or 4. I don't know anything that would start to make him drop in the draft. He goes out there. By the way, he has to go to number 2 overall to be Alabama's highest draft pick. Antonio McDyess was number 2 overall in 1995. I don't know if people remember that McDyess was that well thought of as well from his time in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, if you didn't have this Victor Wembanyama, I still can't say the guy's name, but I mean, I've watched I've watched a lot of film on him. And
you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
7'1" runs the floor, right?
Yeah. He's 7'4".
7'4" runs the floor.
7'4" runs the floor.
How does he shoot?
Unbelievable.
So he can shoot from the outside?
He plays like a point.
Yeah.
Plays like a point. He's 7'4".
Got a little handle, big upside.
Right.
He does not have a weakness in his game.
Yeah. Good motor.
So everybody agrees he's the number 1, right?
Oh, he is the most sought out prospect since LeBron James.
So it goes into the lottery, but Detroit right now would have the best odds of winning that lottery.
And this is a guy that's a game changer, no doubt, if he stays healthy.
Yeah.
So this is the number, because everybody says Brandon Miller's probably going to be the number 1 American player, number 1 American college player.
Number 1 college player.
Yeah, number 1 college player, because the others are going to be international like this.
Yeah, the other right now is G League Ignite guard Scoot Henderson is right there with Brandon Miller. So I think Miller will actually go to.
You think he goes number 2 overall?
I do.
Yeah. So don't worry about a low shot release or anything like that.
That's the knock on him, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, let's ask a fair question, because he shot 19.5% in the tournament.
Oh, yeah. No. In the most important time of the season, he was at his absolute worst.
When Alabama needed him the most, those last 3 games, he shot 19.5% in the tournament. So the question would be, the draft's in June, the question would be, he averaged 19 and 8. He has this big upside. But is there any concern for you that when the lights were their brightest, he was 19.5% and the team got bounced a couple of rounds before they were supposed to?
Yeah, we touched on that on Monday. I do think mechanically you can still work on your shot. So if that point of release is too low for most NBA guys, they probably can work on that. I mean, it's all about repetition. I mean, the guy's still really, really young. But, I mean, he's got everything too. I understand that. There is a concern how poorly he played in the tournament. But, there are other moments that you can't deny. And really, at this point, when a guy's 18, 19 years old, it is all about upside.
So if you were Brandon Miller, I'm just going to give you pretty much your lottery teams here. Washington, Indiana, Orlando, Charlotte, Detroit, Dallas, Utah, Portland, San Antonio, Houston.
You ask me.
I'm asking you, who would you be praying ends up with the number 2 pick in the lottery? If the 7'4" guy is going number 1, where is the best place for him? I mean, obviously, Washington, Indiana, Dallas, Utah, Portland are closer than those others. Those others are pretty bad.
Yeah. I would rather go to Dallas. I mean, if you put that guy with Luka and Kyrie Irving.
They may still make the playoffs. They may not even get in it, but
I don't know if it matters to me, because when it comes to NBA, it's just silly money, and I just want my money.
Well, and you get the free agency, and unlike in the NFL, when it is the star quarterback never moves in free agency hardly. In the NBA, happens all the time.
Well, what they're projecting, this guy's going to be, right there with one of the, some of the greatest of all time. If that's the fact, we've seen LeBron take a bad Cavaliers roster to the finals. You saw Dirk Nowitzki with a solid core around him win a championship. So, I mean, this guy gets 1 or 2, really goods around him. He's got opportunities to do whatever he wants.
Yeah. So people are saying maybe he should come back so he could be number 1 overall.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Not in the NBA.
Give me that money and let's bounce on and get away from Tuscaloosa and just start a new chapter with what's gone on in his life and try to put all this behind him.
And it's all going to be about that next contract. I mean, it's kind of the Zion Williams. Now, the thing with Zion is he has not been able to stay healthy. I don't know, Lance, what he is going to draw or what he would have drawn on that second contract.
Would have been massive if he would have stayed healthy.
If he could have stayed healthy.
Yeah, because when he is on the court, he is still electric.
Yeah.
I wouldn't pay him a dime now in free agency if he hits free agency.
I'd be scared to death.
I mean, as many games as he's missed, it'd be very, very hard to give him anything.
Yeah.
Unless you're New Orleans and you already got him, and you're like, well, I mean, what are we supposed to do?
I love there was somebody, I think it was He Said What over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room that said Brandon Miller should come back one more year and then he could go number one.
Yeah,
I bet Alabama fans want him to come back.
Yeah. I would tell you, I've said this since my childhood, and some other people have picked it up. But the best ability is reliability or availability.
Availability. Which one?
Either one.
You name two. Well, you can't be the best if it's two of them. Are they tied for one?
Reliability, availability. You pick an ability. That's the best one. Availability, the ability to get out there.
Are you an accountability guy?
I love accountability. Is another good one.
Jim loves holding others accountable. Yes.
Yes. I'm here to help you. I'm trying to make the world a better place. Alabama Power is too. We'll jump into the a Bud Light poll question in just a second. Let me do the Bud Light poll question.
All right, fire away, Jimmy D.
Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light poll question. This is legit. I want you guys to really think about this. Not you guys, because I know you think about everything, but those that are watching and listening. Tonight, a dynasty, South Carolina. 42 straight wins. They have last year's National Player of the Year, 11.5-point favorites, but they're playing Iowa's Caitlin Clark. And I know it's women's basketball, but is that game more of a draw than either one of the men's semifinal games on Saturday? And so what I'm asking, and already ticket prices, because it's a smaller venue, it's $343 this morning to get in. $343 to get into the game in Dallas of the women tonight.
Much more than what the men is. I mean, it's going to be a much more difficult ticket.
Bigger arena, though, for the men.
No, there's no doubt.
But of the 4 games, semifinal games in the women and the men, for some reason right now, I'm more excited to watch this women's game tonight than I am either one of the men's games tomorrow.
I would not go that far.
And that's what I want to ask, and that's our poll question. Of all the 4 games, are you most excited to watch Caitlin Clark versus the South Carolina Dynasty or the men's games tomorrow? It's brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. You can go vote at Next Round Live. Tell us about Alabama Power.
Yeah, Alabama Power, Jimmy D, wants to remind you that you can save money on your power bill by simply shifting appliance use outside of peak times or not running them all at once. With Alabama Power's Time Advantage rate, you can do that. Sign up, Alabama Power. And you can call by sign up by calling 800-257-APCO. Go to alabamapower.com/time advantage or visit them in person at an office near you, Alabama Power.
Stan says, I'd rather watch an Upward League game. Rusty says no, but probably as close as it's ever been.
This Caitlin, what's her name? Caitlin Clark?
Yep.
She interests me enough. I'm not going to swear I'll watch it tonight. I don't really know what's going on in my family tonight.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm not making an appointment to watch
if
really
I'm
either one of them this weekend. But if I'm there, I'm going to watch them.
I think you could say this, and I don't know if Friday night affects it or not, but this might be the highest-rated women's game of all time.
Already the highest-rated tournament of all time.
Yeah. No, I think it is.
I've thought about watching it. If I am, somewhere that I've got access to a TV and I'm not really doing much, I'll probably put it on.
There's a vote of confidence for it right there.
Yeah.
The get-in for the Final Four tomorrow for the semifinals is $49. That's the get-in ticket at NRG Stadium in Houston. Now, again, as Jim pointed out, NRG probably is going to seat 3 times what the women's Final Four is.
I think 68,000 is what it's going to be for basketball.
Okay, so roughly 3 times. 252 is your get-in for tonight for the women's game. I mean, that's pretty incredible. 252 for a get-in. I don't care. It's American Airlines Arena. It's an NBA arena. The fact that 252 is a get-in for that is pretty remarkable. I'm not even going to compare it to the men's to make it remarkable just because the men's is in a bigger venue. That's a standalone remarkable number. I don't have to compare it to the men. That's crazy that a women's Final Four ticket's going a get-in for $250. I mean, what's a good ticket? A good ticket is, $3,300. Nobody's paying that. Well, I mean, you think if I go pay
$3,300, I should get to be able to pick which Florida Atlantic player goes into the game.
Yeah. No, that's for the women's $3,300. You want the most expensive men's ticket?
Yes. It's going to get up there.
It is. Hang on, let me get to a good section here, Jim. $1,400 for tonight. $3,800, $3,200, $3,900. Yeah, so about the same. Yeah. So about the same for the really good stuff.
All right.
That's crazy, though.
That's basketball this weekend. You can go vote. As far as the men's game, Dusty May gets a contract extension with Florida Atlantic. Now, he's 46. He's got a team in the Final Four. Shocking at how cheap this is. They have not released the details, but the story says it's going to exceed $1 million.
Ooh, my goodness.
He's in the Final Four.
Exceed.
It's going to exceed $1 million.
Wow.
He has literally brought in more than $1 million for you this year.
Yeah, just give him a cut of everything he's brought in this year.
Yeah.
I just want X amount of percent. Yeah.
If he could be like the old bar band that used to play for a piece of the door. Just give me free drinks and I'll take 20% of the door. You got your $10 cover charge, I'll take the door. Crazy that he's on that cheap. And it was you that asked Jim Larinaga if he wins it all at age 73, will he walk away? He was asked that question, and people close to him were asked that question. According to the people who are covering the Final Four, Jim Larinaga plans on being back next year, regardless of what happens this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure what all they return, Lance.
Miami?
Yeah.
I think Wong's gone.
But anyway, I mean, if I'm returning a lot, I might consider it. And I know the whole NIL thing probably is keeping him in.
Yeah, we've stole one of my 4-down questions with this conversation.
Well, we can bring it back. Let's bring it back. We'll bring it back.
We can bring it back or come up with another
I would think
one.
long and hard about it. That was all I was going to say if I'm Jim Larinaga. Because I'm about to be a basketball Hall of Famer. If I win this thing, I'm 73. What more? I mean, I'd go out on top. I'd think long and hard about it.
But they have as much portal money for the basketball program as anybody right now in college basketball.
I'd like to spend some of that. That's like having a gift card at a really nice store. That's a shot at Dunaway right there.
What's the vote on this hoodie, though?
I like that hoodie. I almost bought that same hoodie.
I don't know about the neck area.
Yeah, that's the reason I didn't buy it. Is it seems like it was going to be a little constricting.
No, that's
it's not constricting, but it's like I got a hickey.
There's a lot there.
And I don't want anybody to see it. By the way, very 80s reference. They don't even do that anymore, do they? It's a poll question. That's another poll question. Do people still give people hickeys?
No.
I don't think so either.
Taylor asked that. Do people still give people hickeys?
No, people are into some freaky stuff now.
Tyler, do you even know what a hickey is?
Yeah.
He's got a lot of energy, man.
That's a great answer. Yeah, Jim, I know what a hickey is.
Weird man, yes, I know what it is.
All right.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Talladega and NASCAR, getting ready for you to buy those tickets. It's a great event to take a bunch of friends to and people watch, and you actually see a lot of actual great racing as well. People watching and great speed. You can't beat that, can you, Brownie?
You cannot. 877-GO-TO-DAGA to get some of that, and TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to guarantee your spot and your weekend experience at the Geico 500 Friday, April 21 through Sunday, April 23rd. Now, Friday starts with that big one on the Boulevard. They've got the racing all day Saturday, the Cole Swindell concert coming up Saturday as well, and then it caps off Sunday with the Geico 500, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or 877-GO-TO-DAGA, that garage experience added on. Presented by Cool Ray, the most immersive in NASCAR. Get all the information at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Al from Dadeville, much rather watch Tennessee LSU baseball. Fun game last night.
I watched some of that.
Yeah, LSU gets the win in a classic game. They play again tonight on the SEC Network. Chris, one of our friends down in Louisiana who watches the show, I was at the box last night for the game. It was so much fun. It was a record crowd in LSU baseball history.
Wow, a record crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, now they have had some history there.
Yeah, so it was a great crowd there last night.
Read that last one. That's a good one.
Bobby, just read it without previewing.
Yeah, read it. I
Okay.
previewed it. You're good.
I had a 31-year-old female driver show up at work a few months ago with a hickey on her neck. Turns out my 37-year-old assistant manager gave it to her. He is no longer, quote, with the company, end quote.
Mr. Johnson, we're going to need you to explain that thing on her neck.
Yeah, that would suck to lose a job for a hickey.
Oh, I know. I doubt it stopped there, Lance.
Yeah.
I think that was probably what we like to call the entryway to the investigation.
I would venture to say that you probably could. Let's see. How can I
What
put
if she
this?
says, "Oh, the hickey's not all we did"? He's in the back row going, "No, no, 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 no."
Probably could get into a scenario of trying to answer the question that was posed about Greg the other night on Secession without any spoiler alerts. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Back with you on the Next Round. Love seeing the pictures of you guys in the TNR gear. Wherever you vacation this summer. Love the beach shots, or if you're out of the country. By the way, Forrester has landed back safely. He'll be with us Monday after he and his family have been touring Europe. So be glad to get Forrester back this week. Rockstar back with us on Monday as well. Appreciate Tyler and Lunsford doing four people's job behind the big glass today. Taylor Korn handling everything on social media. LT has got a lot going on in his life over there. I wanted to ask you this, LT. If you walked out of the bathroom and I had my hoodie like this, would it startle you?
No.
Like I walked out.
If I saw your face, no.
I walked out of the bathroom and I just pulled this hoodie up because I'd never pulled a hoodie up before, and so I peed in the bathroom and I'm walking out the door, and an older gentleman who walks the hallways was rounding the corner to go to the bathroom right when I walked out, and I thought I had sent him to meet our maker. He jumped backwards and went,
So if you would have had a sickle in hand,
oh, yeah,
really
that's right. That is a very Grim Reaper look right
no,
there.
that is I like the hoodie, but it's more of a workout. It's something you would actually run in, maybe in the elements.
That's what I'm planning. That's exactly what I'm planning on doing.
No, you're not going to do that. I almost bought it, but the whole front neck thing looked like it was just going to be too much. That's the reason
it's nowhere on my neck.
I know, but I just know it's there.
It is there. It is there. Yeah.
Seems hot. I don't think it's ever going to get hot enough for me to wear that.
It's not hot, but
I
am
cold enough for me to wear that.
I'm going to keep it up here just in case we have cold days in the summer, like occasionally happen in our studio with air conditioning.
Yeah, I mean, in July, you may be wearing that puppy.
Yeah.
I might buy it off of you in July.
100%. Let's talk a little bit about Gonzaga's window, and then we'll get to some college football coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Right after Brownie tells us about our friends at mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag.
All right, let's do a quick check on the lines. I bet Lance knows them off the top of his head. San Diego State's favored by what, Lance?
San Diego State right now is a 2.5-point favorite.
Connecticut favored by what?
I think that has jumped up to 5.5.
5.5. Lance got them both right. You can play those at mybookie.ag. Code next round when you go to mybookie.ag for the first time. And you sign up, you get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000 at mybookie.ag. Listen, all the games this weekend, all the football games this weekend, the NBA games, weekly blackjack tournaments, UFC fights, NBA, Major League Baseball. It is a hot time of year. You can get on board at mybookie.ag. Code next round at sign up, mybookie.ag, code next round. Whether you're just looking to make a little money, have a little fun, put some interest in a game, you can do it right there. Fun, easy to use at mybookie.ag, and the first time you go there, you're eligible for up to $2,000 with that sign-on bonus, no strings attached. Just use code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. That is mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Chase says, I met Lance's buddy Steven at the gym wearing TNR gear yesterday.
Yeah, I talked to Steven via text last couple of days, and he said that he's been sporting the gear.
Yeah.
We love when people sport the gear.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
And you get that nextround.store, and people are talking about Roback over in the chat room. Michael says, I got to get one of those great Roback hoodies. Ryan, Roback makes the most comfortable hoodies. Free plug, but it's true. A reminder to use the promo code TNR20, and that's going to save you 20% off your first order right there, TNR20. Get that Roback gear. Just go to Roback. That's RHOBACK.com, Roback.com, TNR20 right there.
I gave my boys, Jack and Jace, their first Roback hoodies yesterday, and they absolutely love them. I'm telling you, they are so soft. I had never had a piece of it until they sent us some a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely. It's good stuff right there, TNR20, Roback.com for the details. Are you fearful the window is closing for Gonzaga? Just let me give you an amazing number real quick.
I am.
For you, right?
I am. Window's always closing.
7 years. 223 wins and 24 losses. 223 and 24 is what Gonzaga is over the last 7 years.
Very Saban-like.
That's an amazing number. Now, you would say Saban played probably tougher competition than Gonzaga, but they do play a tough out-of-conference schedule, and then they get to the NCAA tournament.
And they always make a run.
That's usually where most of their losses have come up. I mean, think about that. They've never won a national championship. So in those 7 years, 7 of those 24 losses have actually come in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, twice the runner-up in the NCAA tournament. Just a load of Sweet 16s. I mean, I can't even count the Sweet 16s that Mark Few has gone to. Several Elite Eights, as I mentioned, the runner-up twice. I think both times they've made the Final Four, they've actually been the runner-up, so they've played in the national championship game both times. In this run under Mark Few, is Drew Timme the best player he's ever had?
No.
Who is? Adam Morrison?
Adam Morrison's right there.
Well, you said that so boldly.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's that easy to dismiss.
I thought Holmgren was better last year.
Chad Holmgren, big old tall skinny kid.
Yeah, Jalen Suggs. I mean, both one-and-dones on those guys. I thought they were better
that's
players.
what made last year's team so good, because you did have Drew Timme and you had Holmgren.
Oh, yeah.
And 2 years ago, you had Jalen Suggs and you had Drew Timme.
I mean, rarely do you call Gonzaga a disappointment, but last year was. To go out in the Sweet 16 with both Holmgren and Drew Timme. I mean, that was hard to explain that one.
Yeah, I mean, NH3425 how much longer does Gonzaga let Mark Few coach? 20-plus years
As
and
long
no
as he wants.
national title. At some point, something's got to
Wait,
give.
what are you talking about?
Not only do you let him coach that long, I don't know the name of the dog pound, but you put his name on it when he's done.
I mean, how many active coaches, Bill Self, Tom Izzo, how many have got national championships? I mean, it is, and we all agree on this, the most difficult sport to win a national championship in.
Well, I give it to you the other day. I think North Carolina and Duke, one of them has 6, one of them has 5 national titles all time. UConn's about to win 5. I think Kansas has 5. I mean, there's just not a lot of national, and these are the greatest of the greatest. Kentucky's got 8. UCLA's got 11, but, most of those were in a period of time when Wooden dominated. There's just not a lot of national championships out there.
So where they play the kennel, I call it the dog pound, it's the kennel. The kennel is fairly new. They built it in 2003, named after, it's actually McCarthy Arena, Philip and Thomas McCarthy, who were trustees and regents there. That's where you go to the McCarthy family and say, that was a good 10-year run for you, a 20-year run for you guys with your name on the facility. We really appreciate it. Thank you for all you've done for the school. It's about to be Mark Few Arena. And your family, you keep your seats, you keep your access to go get the cookies and the M&Ms at halftime. You got that parking spot right there, 2 of them if you need them. But we're putting Mark Few's name on the building.
Yeah,
and that's what you do with Mark Few.
How about this? Mark Few has as many Elite 8 appearances at Gonzaga as Alabama, Auburn, and UAB combined.
Say that again now.
Mark Few has as many Elite 8 appearances as UAB, Alabama, and Auburn combined.
Well, that's pretty good.
So those 3 have been there 3 times. 4 times.
4 times, yeah. 4 times total. He's been there 4 times total. The guy can coach as long as he wants to coach. He is an elite coach.
But it's not a discussion about him. It's just a discussion about just in any sports, you don't get that many chances. And they have had chance after chance after chance.
Pull where they are right now in recruiting.
Okay. You'll have to give me 2 seconds on that one.
While you're doing that, I will tell you part of the show today is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where these guys enjoyed trivia on Wednesday night. And we always tell you on the Friday Odie's read, just to take advantage at some point this weekend of the great food. We had somebody out of town who was up in studio yesterday who came in town. He and his wife were at trivia on Wednesday night, and all he did was rave about the food, how good the food is. Man, that place, the food is so good. And it is at Odie's.
It is. I mean, people talk bar food, and there's a difference between bar food and what you get at Odie's, although it is a bar. I mean, it is quality. Rodney Davis. I mean, you talk about the consistency. He's been there for more than 3 decades, and truly the burgers are that good. The chili's that good. A simple thing like a grilled cheese is that good. The south of the border wrap-up. My personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, incredible wings. Get in for lunch or dinner. Enjoy this spring weather. Is it spring yet, by the way?
Oh, yes, it is spring.
Officially spring, yeah.
Spring weather. Stop in, get the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's the Birmingham Institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern.
I don't think you want to build your argument on recruiting with Gonzaga.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, the window has been open for 10 years. Jeff says it's a weird conversation. Windows for established programs don't ever close.
That's true. I agree with Jeff.
That's not true. I mean, Alabama's window closed for quite a while. They were an extremely established program in football. Yeah. I mean, windows close when coaches leave, retire, die, and you have to replace them, and you just don't get the magic again. That's a Mark Few discussion, obviously.
I don't think they close completely, though. They can close for a season or 2.
So, I mean, it's never been about recruiting with Few. I'll give you, he finished 3rd a few years ago, and I'll tell you.
Suggs was one of the highest recruited guys in the year he came out. Holmgren was the same thing.
Holmgren was in the class where he finished 3rd in recruiting. I'll go back and look at the year before that. I was going to give you a 4-year window. Obviously, COVID in that, so that's going to screw everything up. He was 5th before that, and that was Suggs and that group, and Nimhard, who ended up transferring. So this current class, he's 27th. He was outside the top 50. I didn't have time to find last year how far outside the top 50. Then 3rd and 2nd, or 3rd and 5th, I'm sorry. So, he's had some good recruiting classes, but I don't really think it's ever been about those great recruiting classes with him. He's been a good recruiter, obviously.
Yeah, and with the portal now, you can do it differently than just looking at recruiting classes. Top of the hour, we'll get into some college football. Alabama may be changing their style of offense with a new offensive coordinator, what you keep hearing from camp and the things that Nick Saban are saying. We'll jump into that. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. It is right now still turkey season?
It is still turkey season, I'm told. They're Nichols Outfitters, and that's not Thanksgiving, of course. That is turkey season for hunters. All you hunters out there, no better place to stock up on your essential gear than Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Top quality firearms, camo, calls, and decoys, everything you need for a successful season. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. NicholsOutfitters.com. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Legacy Credit Union is partnering with the Legacy for Good Foundation for a supply drive benefiting the Ronald McDonald House Charity of Alabama. Supplies include dish soap, hand soap, paper towels, and more. Visit DoSomethingGoodToday.net. That's DoSomethingGoodToday.net for a complete list of items you can donate. Donations can be made online or at one of Legacy Credit Union's 9 locations in the greater Birmingham area.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of the show. We're about to talk a little bit about Alabama football, where we may be heading with the new offense. Later, Clint Lamb will join the show to update us from spring drills and everything going on. Headlines here are going to be brought to you by our friends at A+, the people that are redoing Brown's bathroom. But Lunsford, can you show us the combination of the video, the different angle video of the ring for those that may have missed it in the commercial break, and then the after picture? Have a different angle of the proposal at Dodger Stadium opening day yesterday. We showed you one from a behind scene. You saw in the commercial break there, the one that's much closer. I wanted LT and Brownie to react to it, but also you see a picture of them out of jail. This is the angle from the outfield fence looking in, one of his buddies shooting this one. So down on the knee, getting a proposal, tries to get the fiancée, but she's behind the guy.
Camera work,
and then watch this.
Yeah.
That angle,
wow.
Wow.
Helmet
to helmet.
The old jewel box go flying.
Yeah, so that one does bounce out. And then there's a picture. He wasn't in jail long, and she ends up saying yes. They end up tweeting out the happy couple there. So there you go. Two more another Dodger family in the
that's all we need.
Yeah.
I wonder how bad those slacks. I love the slacks with the Dodger jersey with a hoodie under. How many grass stains are on those?
He's got some on the hip there, I'm sure.
He's probably got one on the Dodger jersey back. So good for them.
As you said, another Dodger fan. I think only one of them could still go to Dodger Stadium currently, but we got a new Dodger fan.
Yeah, you don't stay in jail long apparently.
Hey, he's still drinking cold beer. Look next to him. Got a Bud Light on the table.
Probably killing the pain.
Tell us about A+, the people that have redone your bathroom.
They have. Hey, in fact, the shower glass went in yesterday, so I'm about to be able to show you some before and after photos, and you're not going to believe what my man Brad Bell at A+, Tile and Home Remodeling did. Listen, we've been wanting to update our master bathroom. My wife, Jennifer, when she takes on a project like this, she goes all in, and she scoured the internet looking for people. She read reviews, looked at ratings, reached out to people, said, hey, you use this person. What did you think? When she compiled all of that, she picked Brad Bell. He came out. He did a quote. We loved him from day one. His crew did amazing work. They did it quickly, efficiently, cleanly, and it looks amazing. Cannot wait to show it to you. If you're wanting to update your master bath, one thing you're going to get is a lot of these one-day deals where they come in, they're done in one day. You might be surprised to find out their quote could be double what Brad actually quoted us for a full job done at better quality, right? Don't buy into that without doing your shopping. Talk to Brad Bell, A+. Here's his cell number. I'm going to give it to you. From Huntsville to Mobile, Anniston to Tuscaloosa, he can help you out in the entire state. 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. If you miss it, reach out to me. I'll be glad to hook you up with my man Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling.
In your headlines, UAB drops the NIT championship game last night. Two controversial shot clock violations not called against North Texas. They win the game 68-61. UAB had a 49-45 lead late in that one, let it slip away. Still a great run, 29 wins for UAB, school record. Andy's got 78 wins in 3 years, as he said, making the program relevant again. Brandon Miller is off to the NBA. Right now projected, according to Woj, as the number 3 overall prospect. LT thinks he will rise as high as number 2 there, which would tie Alabama's record with Antonio McDyess being number 2 overall from back in 1995. He averaged 19-8, did Brandon Miller, while wearing crimson and white. But over the last 3 games in the NCAA tournament, he shot 19.5%. From the field. Women's Final Four tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN, LSU and Virginia Tech. LSU a minus 1.5 point favorite at mybookie.ag. South Carolina then plays Iowa, 11.5 point favorite for South Carolina. I made the comparison last night on a podcast I was a guest on that this reminds me of 1979 Magic versus Bird, where you had a much talented Michigan State team,
right,
with a great player, Magic Johnson, on it, and they did win the national championship. And that's South Carolina in this scenario, because Aaliyah Boston was last year's National Player of the Year. She's Magic in this scenario, and just a lot of better players. Then Indiana State is Iowa, where Caitlin Clark is playing the role of Larry Bird, where if you remember watching those Indiana State teams, for the most part, the other 4 guys were there just to legally inbound the ball, and if Larry had to pick up his dribble to take it and then give it back to him. That seems to be the way Iowa is as well.
And I think that's going to be the problem. I think Dawn Staley, the athlete she's got, I mean, it's going to be all about key. It's one of 2 things, and cannot believe we talked about this much, but we were talking in our prep room before the show. Do you let Caitlin Clark get her 40 and just limit everyone else?
Seems like a plan.
Or is it all about just stopping Caitlin Clark? Because I've got a feeling that her Iowa teammates are just going to be, standing around in awe if they do slow her down or stop her.
Remind me, and maybe I remember this wrong, is that not eventually, was it UConn that knocked Davidson out when Steph Curry made the Elite Eight run?
Kansas.
And wasn't that kind of the plan they used? Like, look, this Curry kid's obviously tough to stop.
That's what Brooks says. Davidson and Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Just let Steph be Steph.
Yeah, and I think that's finally what Kansas did, was like, the guy, he's going to score his points. If we'll control the other 4, he can't score 80 points. And we can score 80 on them, or 70 or whatever they scored. So, I mean, I guess you kind of use the Steph Curry playbook there.
Yeah, that would be a good way to do that.
I would be really surprised if Iowa wins this game.
Oh, I would too.
I would be too. I mean, 42 in a row for South Carolina, a true dynasty. They are now what UConn used to be and what Pat had Tennessee being at one point, and all the way back to the La Tech day, the Techsters, way back when women's basketball finally stopped wearing skirts and playing it as a full court game.
That is hard to believe they used to wear skirts on the floor.
Men's Final Four Saturday goes at 5 o'clock on CBS. Florida Atlantic, San Diego State's the first one. Do you feel like that's a San Diego State win for you? I'm leaning that way, that the defense is finally just going to shut down FAU. Like they did at Alabama and Creighton.
Both games are really difficult to handicap.
Really?
Yeah, really, really difficult. San Diego State, if the defense continues to play like it's played in this tournament, I don't think Florida Atlantic can overcome that. And on the other side, UConn's just rolling, but Miami just seems to make adjustments all over. And when Miami's down, they're never down and out.
UConn's the most complete team in this.
Yeah.
That's why I would lean towards them. I think normally your most complete team at this point wins this.
But Miami scored 89 on that Houston defense, and then 88 against the Texas team that was built by Chris Beard, so you know that they had some good defensive guys on that team too. So like LT's saying, Miami could score enough to make this interesting against UConn, and it's not like UConn's been perfect all year. They had a moment where they sort of dipped into a dark place. So
yeah, Miami's just got to, and it's going to be the O'Meara kid, they've got to neutralize and not allow the second shots from UConn. If UConn's getting offensive rebounds with their size, Miami's going to be in trouble.
You know, it's interesting, and I was unaware of this story until John Michael, who was one of our in-studio guests yesterday, pointed it out to me, but Sinogo for them is Muslim, and we're in Ramadan right now, and he's fasting during the day. Like, I think it was against Miami where halftime was the first time he could eat for a 24-hour period. And so he was telling me the story, and I looked it up and verified it, that when he came in the locker room at halftime, they had like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches ready to go for him. Or maybe it was right after warm-ups or something like that. And he's performed through that, but it is interesting that he is in a religious period where he's fasting, so he's not getting, his normal meals and things like that. And that's remarkable that you could perform in that situation. It's difficult to do, obviously, but
boy, I bet he's a pissy teammate.
Yeah, plays for
eating?
Miami, right?
No, he's with UConn.
He's the big for
UConn,
UConn.
okay.
Big for UConn. Yeah.
I felt like Miami had a couple of guys that were
possibly.
were
I mean,
doing that as well.
I mean, any Muslim that observes Ramadan, I mean, they're going to be going through that. So that's something that's interesting to watch there.
All right. So before we get to college football, we remind you that the official tequila of the next round is Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. And it's aged in new European oak barrel, double filtered, removes the color, producing crystal clear spirit and character and smoothness, crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Make sure as you enjoy your summer drinks all year long, you ask for it by name or pick it up at your local package store. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. You will thank us later. It is that good of a tequila there. All right, so Alabama football. I got a stat for you, and I want to know what you guys think with Tommy Rees in. Do you feel like we're about to change the way Alabama plays offensive football now that we've gone through great quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, Mac Jones, NFL quarterback with an elite receiving core, and then what Bryce Young the past 2 years? This from Sports Illustrated. It's an analytics stat. His 2 years as the starting quarterback, Bryce Young threw 138 fourth-quarter passes while the team was either behind or ahead in one-possession games. 138 fourth-quarter passes in his 2 years as a starter in one-possession games. Stetson Bennett, same time period.
3
times less than that.
I mean, it's a startling stat, but not really a surprising one. I mean, the way Georgia has handled games of late.
So the question is, with Tommy Rees in, do you feel like this will go back for Alabama being more of, passing is part of modern day football. This isn't going to be, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. But I think I'm right in describing Jim McElwain's offense and some shortly after that as very reliable on the play-action pass. Your tough running game, physical running game, and then as you suck people up, you stick it in the gut, pull it out, and then do a lot of play-action pass success. this feels like this is where this offense is heading, more closer to what Jim McElwain used to do as opposed to what Kiffin and Sark eventually did at Alabama. Do you get that feeling at all?
Yeah, look, Alabama's offense this past year under Bill O'Brien was almost a dead 50-50 run to pass. Tommy Rees at Notre Dame this past year was almost 60-40 run. So, yeah, I think it's going to be – I think it'll flip. I think it's going to be more run than pass for Alabama this year.
And there's something to be said about, setting up play-action passing. And listen, McElwain would always throw the ball early to run it late. That was always the MO on him. Throw it early to run it late. And even Kiffin did that for a while, and Sark did that. But there seems to be a push by Nick Saban with the hiring of Tommy Rees, like LT was saying, and you pull the Kentucky offensive line coach down here. You change the way you're blocking now. You're back more of the Pendry style of just road graders instead of all the zone finesse blocking that eventually was put in there. It seems like Alabama's making another offensive shift, almost back to the way it used to be.
All right, let me ask two questions here. Do you know the last time Alabama led the league in rushing? Now, this is obviously yards per game.
I would say when Bo Scarborough was there.
I'm going to say
was that 16?
Yes, I think it would be the year you're thinking of.
I'm going to say 2020 with Najee Harris.
In 2016, Alabama was second. Lance is very close. The only thing that stopped him was Gus Malzahn and Auburn, who were number one. He loved running the football. Obviously, you said who? 2020, Najee?
Yeah.
Alabama was fourth in the conference, just 183 a game that year. Trailed Ole Miss, Texas A&M, and Kentucky.
How'd they ever win?
They won dominantly, too. The last time Alabama led the league in rushing yards per game was 2011. 2011.
Michael guessed 2015. So
Michael
2011.
I'll tell where Michael was. 2015, Alabama finished third behind Tennessee and LSU.
Well, 2011, they won a national championship.
They did, and they were good at running the ball. Now, again, I mean, I can get this for you, but passing, I'm sure they were well done. I mean, they were more of a run offense. It was not, it was not into the passing era of Alabama football yet. But they haven't led the league in rushing since 2011. In fact, the last time they had 200 yards a game rushing. Now, just to put it in perspective,
how many times have they led the league in passing the last few years? Or have they at all?
Well, I can go back and look at that.
Because I would think Mississippi State probably.
Give me 2 seconds and I'll tell you. So real quick, it's to get into the top 25 in rushing offense this year, you had to basically average 200 yards a game. Do you know the last year Alabama did that? Just 200 yards a game.
I'll go 16 again.
I will go after that. I'll go 17.
17 is correct. That's the last time they averaged 200 yards a game. So, I mean, those are numbers that I think Alabama fans obviously would love to see improve. And can Tommy Rees improve those? I think people think he'll make more of a focus on it. But can he improve it? I don't know the answer to that. The answer to Lance's other question is under Nick Saban, well, since 2009, that's as far back as I can go on the side I'm on, Alabama has not led the league in passing. So they've not led the league in passing since 2009 at least. They've led it in rushing only once since then, since 11.
So in 2020, they didn't lead the league in passing?
In 2020, Florida led the league in passing. This is yards per game.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that was Kyle Trask.
2009, Alabama will lead the league in passing, surprising.
No, they haven't.
Oh.
I'm saying as far back I can go as 09.
I was about to say.
Yeah. No, in 2020 it was Florida, and Alabama was second at 358 a game.
Michael says O-line will be much improved. Rusty got a good stable of running backs this year. Just need them to stay healthy. There has been some running back injuries, some running back bad luck in recent years as well.
But I think I can't remember the last Alabama team I watched. It might have been Najee Harris, where if it were 4th and 3, I thought run wasn't a bad idea.
Yeah.
Or 4th and 2 even. Like a situation where you just have to line up and impose your will.
Well, 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, it used to be automatic, and it doesn't feel automatic anymore.
Well, one thing, small thing, and this is an epidemic in college football, but it certainly is Alabama. You've lost the quarterback sneak. Yeah. I mean, Alabama.
Well, here's what I would do.
Doesn't run many quarterback sneaks out of the shotgun.
Based on what Nick Sirianni did with Jalen Hurts this year, it was unstoppable.
Yep.
We all agree about it. And all the NFL's talking about it's unstoppable. Well, you've got a guy in Jalen Milroe.
Well, and if you watch that video from Alabama practice yesterday, he might just be the starter instead of Tyson.
Yeah,
So
but I'm
that
saying
was an
even if
amazing
he's
throw.
not, do you guys not create that third
Yeah.
and short and that fourth and short package?
Yeah. And he brings a lot more than just being able to quarterback sneak, too. So your concern there would be, okay, Miller rose in. It's obviously a quarterback sneak. I don't know that you could wholly sell out to that because he is an actual quarterback. Like, even if he's not the starter, he is a quarterback. He can do much more than that. And you could run some trick plays off that to keep defenses from wholly selling out. But to Lance's point, if you can do that in college football, too, just let him push the guy. I don't know how you're going to stop Jalen Milroe on a 4th and 1.
Hugh Freeze is quoted in that Sports Illustrated story about, in fact, I think it is a story about Hugh Freeze that Alabama's just mentioned loosely in. They're not as good up front as they seemed to be the last time I was in this league, but they're still really, really good. He uses 2 really there. And I just wonder if Alabama's starting to, wanting to get back to a comfort zone for Nick now that he's got Tommy Reese over there. It's interesting. He seems like he's been very pleased during these spring drills so far. I think 5 practices into the 15, though he was a little ornery yesterday after practice.
You got to get some of that from him
gotta
every
get a little
now
bit of that.
and then. I don't know. I mean, I think if you wanted to try to pinpoint, what is the difference in the Tommy Reese era versus the Bill O'Brien era, quarterback's going to be hard to do because they're moving on from Bryce Young, and as good as Ty Simpson or Jalen Milroe might be, they're probably not going to be Bryce Young. I think most Alabama fans want to see when this team is tested in short yardage, can they line up and gain the 2 or 3 needed yards, or does the guy get hit in the backfield?
Yeah, I think I don't want to call it a scary year for Alabama offense, but there is so much turnover. When you lose a dynamic guy like Jahmyr Gibbs, you lose the best quarterback in Alabama history. The offensive line was questionable last year. You didn't have an alpha wide receiver. Are you going to have one this year? I mean, there's a lot of question marks with the SEC getting better.
Yeah, 100%. And this may be the first time. It'll be interesting to see because we'll be in Nashville, which means there's a little less Alabama media in the media vote.
It's going to be close.
At the SEC Media Days, whether the West pick will be LSU or Alabama.
Going to be really, really close. Now, I would be surprised if anybody other than those teams could win the West this year. But, boy, I think the vote's going to be really close.
Yeah, it is. And a lot of people look at, when they vote, they look at returning quarterback, and LSU's obviously in a good spot there. Alabama doesn't have a returning quarterback.
Yeah, and in fact, may go into the season before you play Texas in week 2 of not having a starter named. We'll see Milroe and Simpson battling for that over there. Couple of folks talking about Haynes at running back and what he has, Justice Haynes has been showing up in camp with McClellan out injured. He's been getting some reps in the rotation there. 5-star guy. We'll see.
I think they're pretty deep at running back. I mean, that is something, the running back depth has rarely been a problem at Alabama. A couple of years ago, it got to be a problem because of injury with Brian Robinson. But pretty much, I mean, running back depth is rarely an issue. Jay Price, I guess he's asked this numerous times because he says one more time, how many games is Alabama not going to be favored in this season? They're favored the whole regular season, right?
Well, give me the schedule real quick.
Okay, well, do this.
Okay.
Do it on the other side of the break. Have the Alabama schedule. And Lunsford, if you can find, there was I'll see if I can find it on my Twitter feed. There was one of our viewers sent the Georgia schedule as a good graphic. I want to pull that up yesterday as well because I want to ask Lance, in Georgia's games, how many games are they not going to be double-digit favorites in? They're going to be favored in every one. How many are they not going to be double-digit favorites next year with Georgia? We'll do all that after the commercial break here. Need to tell you a couple of things. One, our friends right there at the University of Montevallo want you to go on their website, montevallo.edu, and do a little research about the school. Some of you may have never, ever heard of the University of Montevallo. It's been around for a long time. It's a beautiful place to go to school. Southern Living raves about how beautiful the campus is. But also they offer a lot more than just a beautiful small campus. Small class sizes helps your son or daughter academically when they get there. They've got 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. They've got a wonderful theater department, music department. Great teachers come from the University of Montevallo, a new remodeled business building, a broadcasting school, so much more. Play-by-play guy for Alabama, Chris Stewart, a Montevallo grad. Find out more by just going to their website, montevallo.edu. And something else as a parent, a really good price point too. Tuition is in a really good place compared to other institutions in our state. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. We're back in a moment. More football on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball, on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round, our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, wonderful guy right there. He wants to help you out, especially with all these spring storms that could loosen up the shingles on your roof, bend them, and cause severe water damage at the top of your building there, top of that house. So much damage can happen if you just have something as simple as loose shingles that could be disrupted by the wind we have with some of the thunderstorms that happen this time of year. Get a free no-cost roof inspection. A free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years, and insurance companies trust Greg Nelson and his wife because they've been doing this locally owned for over 20 years, and their crews are local as well, so that helps you. But Greg's the owner. He's not just sitting behind a desk. He's actually up on the roof. A lot of his kids work for him. Just a really good local family company, the kind of roofer you need to keep on standby in case you ever have any damage or for future work. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or just go to Greg from Pell City on Facebook for that free no-cost roof inspection. Let's do Georgia first. If you'll pull up the Georgia schedule for me. LT, look at those games there, and you tell me how many games is Georgia not double-digit favorites in this
Before
year?
Lance does that, can I quickly point out that Ball State game was supposed to be Oklahoma? A lot of people are going to look at that and say, what a weak schedule.
Yeah, so that's fine.
That was supposed to be Oklahoma, and the SEC asked them to postpone that.
Yeah, but that being said, how many? Tell me where they're not double-digit favorites.
Well, let me add. What are road games? I can't tell on that schedule.
You can see it. Road games, Lunsford. Open Lunsford's mic, Tyler, if you will.
So, yeah, you can't really see it. There's red behind.
Oh, yeah, I got it
name
now.
And gray
I got it.
name.
I got
So,
it.
like
I got
Auburn,
it.
Vandy, Tennessee, Georgia Tech.
UT Martin Ball State, 35 point favorite. South Carolina, 14-point favorite. UAB, 21-point favorite.
Only 21, huh?
Yeah, I'm just guesstimating right
It's
here.
the same number of seniors that UAB lost, 21. So 1 point for every senior.
Auburn, probably a 14-point favorite. Kentucky, close to a 20-point favorite. Vanderbilt, 20+.
Now, that's in Nashville, Lance, before you give them 20 points.
Yeah. Florida, 14+. Missouri, 17+. Ole Miss, 14+. Tennessee.
In Knoxville,
Neyland.
That's going to be about a 7-point favorite, depending on how, if it's Tennessee that we saw last year, they're going to be a slight favorite from 5 to 7. If it's Tennessee that could completely fall apart and take a step, I don't want to say fall apart, take steps back like you and I believe, then I think they're double digits.
We had that
and
game.
then they're double digits over Georgia Tech. They're going undefeated again in the regular season.
Yeah, so you would not give me another stake that they would go 12-0.
I will, though, yes.
No, you don't want to do that. Don't give it away.
When is the last time an SEC team went 3 consecutive regular seasons undefeated? I mean, help me out here.
I don't know the answer to that. I would say...
is this like Bear Bryant's Alabama teams back in the day?
Even I don't think they did that, right? Well, I mean, in conference, maybe.
Cocktail party at FanDuel is currently 20.5, Georgia.
Yeah, I said 20+.
You did. Georgia, Tennessee, 7.5 right now, which is where you had that one in Knoxville. The last time that happened.
I just think by the time we get to that game, Brown, it'll end up being 10, north of 10.
So you think double digits across the board is what you're saying, Dunaway?
I could see that. Auburn's interesting because I think they're going to be so improved. But, again, you got to get quarterback right.
Is that in Jordan Hare?
It is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I would even say better chance Auburn's not double digit by the time we get to that point than Tennessee.
I would rather see Auburn on the other side of that schedule where it used to be, where that game used to be played.
Right.
Of course, then I guess if that happened, then Tennessee would be flipped back on the other. I just think Auburn's going to get better and better.
What really is interesting about an Auburn schedule, and we can pull down Georgia, is this, that when we move to the new schedule in 2024, finally, and this has got to happen, they're going to finally split Georgia, Alabama up again for Auburn.
Oh, you mean they don't?
They won't go both on the road to them and both at home.
Yeah.
They'll split them up. That's got to be a given that the league office will do for Auburn. Having them play Georgia and Alabama both at home one year, both on the road next year, was a quirk in the schedule when we went to 14. Georgia had to go back-to-back years. May have helped Auburn in 2013. It was 20. Whenever it happened, it may have helped Auburn the first year getting to do it back-to-back, but. You got to split those two.
It helped in 17 when they beat them both and made it to Atlanta, and then ultimately lost to Georgia in the rematch.
Yeah, you got to split those two up just for the Auburn ticket package.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Milkman asked, why did the SEC make Georgia cancel the Oklahoma game? I don't necessarily know that they made them. They requested Georgia and Oklahoma do that, but that they didn't make Alabama and Texas do it because they knew Bama and Texas would be completed before everybody comes to the league. The problem with Oklahoma is the return game was in 2025. Right. Now, even now, 2024 is going to be year one. But the return game was in 2025, so it was going to screw up scheduling unless you just played it as a non-conference game. So basically the SEC said, to keep this thing clean, can you guys just postpone the game? You're going to end up playing anyway. So that was the reason why Alabama and Texas didn't get impacted, because that's done this year.
And I do believe Alabama and Oklahoma canceled.
Tennessee did too. Yeah.
I think Alabama and Oklahoma had agreed to a home and home in the future, and they canceled that. And Tennessee, was it Tennessee and Oklahoma or Tennessee and Texas?
It's Tennessee and Oklahoma, and I don't know what years they were, but I think Tennessee and Oklahoma had one in stone that they canceled. But I think it was on into the 2030s, if I'm not mistaken.
Stan says y'all ought to look at LSU's schedule and do this while you're at it.
Well, we can.
I haven't even looked at theirs yet. We'll do that, but let's do Alabama next because that was the original question. What was the question?
Will Alabama be a dog all year? Lance wanted the schedule. Middle Tennessee at home, Texas at home. They're not a dog in that one.
No, I mean the double digits.
At
double
USF.
digit with Texas?
Yep.
I think it was 9.5 yesterday. No, it was 9.5 yesterday on FanDuel.
Will not be. When they play that game, when they kick it off, it'll be in single digits.
Well, not much is going to change between now and then.
I don't know.
They're only going to play one game.
It'll be close. I mean, no, it won't be close. They'll be double digits.
9.5 right now. Alabama's favored 9.5 at FanDuel.
Again, it's in Bryant-Denny. Yeah, they'll be double digits.
Stake bet. At South Florida, there'll be triple digits in that one. Ole Miss at
double
home.
digits.
At Mississippi State.
Double digits.
At A&M.
Interesting. We'll see how the first month goes for A&M. I mean, if A&M comes out of the gate and this Bobby Petrino offense is popping, Connor Wegman is the quarterback, best quarterback we've seen since Johnny Manziel, then that could be an interesting game where Alabama is, could be as low as 4, could be as high as 7.
Arkansas at home.
Double digits.
Tennessee at home.
Double digits.
Double digits. Tennessee and Bryant-Denny.
Yeah.
After the bye, LSU at home.
Oh, boy. This could be more in line of the Joe Burrow Tua battle in 2019. Alabama, I'm going to say 4.5, 5.
Give me 2 seconds. That might be up on FanDuel. It's such a big game. Yeah, it is. Alabama's favored 9.5 right now on FanDuel.
That's inflated.
You would take that bet right now.
Oh,
wouldn't you?
LSU,
you take LSU plus
catching 9.5.
Yeah, I'll take that bet right now.
At Kentucky.
Double digits.
Chattanooga.
Double
and then
digits.
at Auburn.
Double digits.
At Auburn.
Yeah.
Okay. Even an improved Auburn, you think?
Brooks answering a question from earlier. Alabama started 10-0 for 4 straight seasons from 1971 to 74, but didn't get to 12-0 in any season. Finished 11-1 or 10-2, either with your bowl loss and or a loss to Auburn.
I mean, Lance is right. The history of the SEC tells you nobody's going to go undefeated 3 consecutive regular seasons.
Yeah, so
it's just so hard to do.
You feel like you're taking a stake from me. I will play the percentages. Can we do another stake on Georgia going undefeated in the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to give them to me.
Yeah.
I mean, usually you only give them to me when I'm 9 down.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But 10 up if you want to give me
I'll
one.
just say, look, breaking in a new quarterback, kind of a new OC.
Can I just tell you?
Just got to have that one bad game.
Georgia's going to be better at quarterback. They've got a better quarterback.
I mean, that is a really big statement.
Yeah.
They've got a better quarterback.
You can say that, and possibly that actually comes to fruition.
Now, does that mean their offensive line?
No, but when the
is
lights
better?
are on, he might ultimately not be that good.
The offensive line may not be as good. The defense may not be as good. The running backs may not be as good. But the quarterback position, I promise you this guy's going to be better than Stetson Bennett.
The lack of experience, if he has one of these 2 or 3 pick games, you just don't go 3 consecutive. I mean, Clemson in the weak ACC at their peak didn't go 3 consecutive seasons undefeated.
Pittsburgh's not walking under that schedule for Georgia.
Syracuse is not coming out.
Okay, mighty Pittsburgh Panthers squad.
We'll do LSU in just a second, but that's a stake bet update brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Our friends at New York Butcher
So
there.
I got a text from Little T last night, and she's like, hey, I haven't been to the New York Butcher Shop, but I'm cooking out with friends tomorrow night.
Oh.
And I can't decide what I should get. And we just had the conversation again in our lobby. And I said, look, I think it's her and 2 friends she needs to pick up for. I said, I'll reach out to Jim. I think you should just get some prime fillets.
Yeah,
Let's start with prime
that's
fillets.
always
Let
a
him
good
dust
choice.
them up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then get you a side of the goat cheese mashed potatoes and some of the mac and cheese.
Is she buying for the big group or just plus 2?
Well, it's a big group, but she's got to buy for her plus 2. So her 3 are bringing their food. They've supposedly got a grill master like Brown that's going to be out there doing all the food.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to offer my services, but if they're taken care of there.
Prime filet, or if one of those others is a man, maybe ask him if he'd prefer a ribeye, a little gristle in his meat.
Yeah.
Put a little hair on his chest.
I tell you, I'm going to unload on Jim because I'm heading to the lake later today. I'm taking the boys, and we're going with some friends, and I am going to be picking up from the New York Butcher Shop.
There you go.
So we're going to grill out up there. Looking forward to that. But stop
I'm
by
going to
the
go to New York Butcher Shop today because I'm dusting off my grill this weekend.
Well, maybe I just need to buy you a steak and a bottle of wine.
That's right. Leave it there for Jim. I'm picking up my order, please.
Because not only the great steaks, again, the sides. Our friend Steve Sykes sent me a picture of, just let me pull this real quick, of the sandwich that he got yesterday at the New York Butcher
They're
Shop.
so good.
I should have actually.
Yeah, we'll send it to Lunsford. We'll show it on the other side.
Okay.
We'll do it in the commercial break.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Anyway, huge deli sandwiches, great selection of fine wines and desserts. 2 locations, Highway 119 in Greystone, Cahaba Heights, and New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
So on LSU, they're currently a dog in 2 games already. I didn't even read you guys the schedule yet, and they're a dog in 2 games at FanDuel.
Okay. Well,
Really? So Florida State would be the first
Florida
one?
State is favored by 1. Now, look, it's a skinny dog. But
And then
Florida,
Alabama?
yeah, Florida State favored currently by 1 over LSU.
LSU will be favored by game time.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because of just all the preseason hype on them?
Well, I mean,
Now, that is neutral site Camping World Stadium for what it's worth.
That is a neutral site, and people are going to be like, well, you know, it's basically in Florida, so Florida State will have more fans. I'm not sure Florida State will have more fans, by the way. That LSU group can travel.
So Florida,
it won't be enough of a home field advantage for it to impact the game. Let me put it that way.
No.
LSU will be in the house, my friend.
No, trust me. Florida State would have rather played that game at the Superdome last year, and LSU would rather play this game in Orlando than in Tallahassee. Absolutely. Grambling, the easy double digit at State.
Mississippi State?
That's the only state in the conference.
They're favored.
Well, I know they're favored, but I mean, is it double digits?
Touchdown.
Touchdown. Arkansas at home.
Wait, you don't think LSU is going to be double-digit favorites at Mississippi State?
I don't. Right now, I would say 7.
Arkansas at home?
What if Mississippi State's lost the game before week 3?
Well, then it could go up.
Yeah.
Arkansas at home?
Arkansas at home, double digits.
At Ole Miss?
7.
At Missouri. They'll be sitting on the rocks
Double
like
digits.
snakes. Auburn at home?
Double digits.
They play Army at home.
Double digits.
At Alabama, we've already established that's 9.5. Lance says take LSU plus the 9.5.
Yeah, it's going to be lower than that.
Florida at home.
Double digits.
Georgia State at home.
Double digits.
And A&M at home.
Again, A&M's kind of a wild card to me.
So there are a lot of double digits, and then there are a dog twice, except you guys think the other one will go off as them as a favorite.
To me, there are 2 wild cards right now in this league, and that is Texas A&M, and that's Auburn.
You only say A&M because of Bobby Petrino, right? That's the only thing that makes you say that.
I think Wegman's going to be a good quarterback.
Yeah.
Do you?
And their roster. I mean, they
Nia
recruited
Smith
very well.
Nia Smith is back.
They've been recruiting well for a couple of years, and that roster last year couldn't even get them to a bowl game.
I know, but that's always what makes them the wild card because you know the team has talent. If they ever get it all together, then they're dangerous.
So you're saying blind hog at some point.
Yeah.
Jimbo's going to be there long enough to find a nut.
Yeah, and he may have found him in Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Jimbo starts to take naps like his former boss Bobby Bowden did.
Yeah, he saw
when
it
he's taking
firsthand.
naps, and Petrino gets in there and actually lays down a game plan.
And I believe this to be true. If Bobby Petrino was just the head coach of this Texas A&M roster, how dangerous do you think they would be?
I think they'd be really if you get a motivated Bobby Petrino, an ego-driven.
Well, listen,
Bobby
even
Petrino.
as the offensive coordinator, if he's not motivated, they're going to be in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with you about Auburn because they've changed the schedule. If they make a portal quarterback move or some receivers, one big playmaker at receiver and one quarterback could change everything.
Dude, Spencer Pratt or Grayson McCall, Auburn is maybe that surprise team in football that was Kansas State last year, or that surprise team that was Tulane with Spencer Pratt. I mean, Auburn is a team that is capable with Hugh Freeze. Now, he's not selling it well that he's got the athletes and the guys he wants right now, but if he can get some portal moves, they've got enough talent, I believe, that they could be a surprise team this year.
I'm going to say, now somebody's going to have to make a note of Friday, March 31st, but we'll dig back into the archives. One of those statements that we come back to is you saying Georgia is going to be better at quarterback than Stetson Bennett.
Well, I mean, you can ride Bobby's coattails.
No, I am not.
That's all you're doing.
I said it when you said it live. I said, no, Jim.
You think Bobby's really smart, and Bobby says Jim saying the Georgia quarterback will be better than Stetson reminds me of his Kenny Pickett scouting report. I still think Kenny Pickett's going to suck in the NFL. At some point, you guys will agree with me.
I'm just saying, I
Small
said
hands
it then.
don't lie.
Bobby in the chat room reminded me to circle back. I'm not going to deny that, but I said it when you said it live. I don't think that's a given.
I think you've said something that done away, and this is going to be a compliment. So just
stick with him. He'll get to the compliment.
Bear with me here. I think of all the dumb
let me
things.
take one of my earpieces out so I can hear it naturally.
Okay, go.
Of all of the dumb things you've ever said, I think for whatever reason, the ridiculous prediction that Joe Burrow was better than average is always going to stick out above anything that you say stupid. I'm never going to forget that.
It's your biggest win ever.
You and Joe Burrow's dad and Joe Burrow himself maybe were the only people that believed that.
And Lance and I could not have been more wrong about Joe Burrow.
And then he had a historic, maybe the best season in college football history. So that's always going to rise above any of these other little statements that you throw in there.
I mean, you guys missed some of my just subtle successes. I mean,
give me another one that even compares.
Well, nothing compares. That's why they're subtle. But I had Creighton in the Elite Eight.
Well, I mean, come on, it's just picking up
so
bracket.
did half the people that pick brackets.
UConn in the Final Four. I mean,
so did 25% of the people that pick brackets.
Those don't even compare, Jim. Don't try this.
JohnsonRVCenter.com brings you part of the show, and I hope they're listening to us right now up there. You know, one thing I love is when Johnson RV Center, if you follow them on social media, when they roll a new family comes up there and they get a new purchase from Johnson RV, they get when the family wants to, they get a family picture by the new vehicle, the new haul along or the new RV or whatever. And that happened again yesterday at JohnsonRVCenter.com. They sent another family home, and I just love that about them up there.
I didn't tell Lance that Nick Johnston, one of the owners at Johnston RV Center, you know him, Lance.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Came to see us up in Louisville at O'Shea's, and during the course of the visit, talked about how much fun they had when we came out and did the show there last time. And it was the first time his sister had met Dunaway and referred to Dunaway as, quote-unquote, adorable. So,
like I just sank a long putt.
Yeah, so
I'll be awkward here and say his sister is very cute. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I too think she's adorable.
Yeah, I mean, how many cute girls say Dunaway's adorable?
So far, two.
Maggie?
One's my wife, and one is a sister.
Now, is this in a character way? He's adorable?
I really didn't dig too deep into it. I
Okay.
think Jim played 30 questions with Nick after. Oh, really? She said
I
that.
did
That's
not.
I know Nick likes his cold beer. Was he intoxicated at this point?
Make every weekend spring break with Johnston RV Center, JohnstonRVCenter.com. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Listen, they want you to make every weekend spring break. It doesn't have to end today. For a lot of you, it is ending today. It doesn't have to end. Make every weekend spring break. Lifetime warranties on everything that's new or under 2 years used. Best deals in the state on fifth wheels, travel trailers, motorhomes, and toy haulers. And where else will they call Jim Dunaway adorable? Except I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
And congratulations to Cody and Jana on their new vehicle, to the Walker family,
Adorable.
and to the Parker family. Great family pictures from a family company. Our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama in Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Couple of NFL notes before we get to the top of the hour and talk to Bruce Feldman about the draft coming up, and then the conversation that Bruce is having about some of the pros and cons of those top draft picks. But the show's being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's can help you find that diamond to pop the question. Just don't do it in the outfield of the Dodgers game.
Yeah, we had plenty of proposal stories earlier in the show. A lot of people out there thinking about, there's a ton of spring weddings, but a lot of people are going to be popping the question in different locations as you travel. Make sure you go see the Diamond Specialist. I'm telling you, these guys are the absolute best. Family owned and operated since 1836. They are your Diamond Specialist. 2 locations, Mount Brook and the Summit. Our friends at Bromberg's also thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler. Introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris is one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. To view them, head to the Summit location or online, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
John Mara is the owner of the Giants. Mara family's owned them for a long time. Says he has no problem with Odell Beckham Jr. coming back to the Giants if the coaching staff and everyone says that's what they need to happen. No love lost between Mara and OBJ. He's okay him being a Giant, but the reports today are the most likely landing spot being the New York Jets.
Well, again, this is part of the wish list of Aaron Rodgers.
That's a weird part of the wish list, though, OBJ.
He was so good. The Rams don't even get to the Super Bowl. They probably don't get out of the first round of that. Well, I won't say that. They don't get to the Super Bowl without Odell. And if Odell stays healthy in that Super Bowl, they win that game by 21 points.
Did he not earn your respect a little bit
Yes.
of how professional he was when he was with the Rams?
He did, and he learned to play second fiddle to Cooper Kupp. And he seemed to really appreciate the opportunity. And I really hope it changed my opinion of Odell. You guys remember when the Rams got him, I said, he is a cancer. This is not going to work out. I was completely wrong on that. I hope he comes back and is close to 100% because he's still relatively young. His hands are incredible. He's an underrated route runner. And now he's a veteran presence that's won a Super Bowl. So I think he'll be a huge addition. I would hate to see him play with Aaron Rodgers.
And that's right. Him and Aaron Rodgers would be a dynamic combination. But when he went there, who was the guy who sort of snapped in the middle of the Buccaneers season and left the field?
Antonio Brown. He's not Antonio Brown.
No,
level.
Antonio Brown's crazy.
Yeah.
But that year that the Bucs won the championship, Brown was a good teammate. He played a role on that team.
And he was Tom Brady handpicked too, right?
That's
I mean,
right.
that
He
was
was.
not something the Bucs did. Tom Brady's like, I'd like this guy.
That's right, because he'd played a couple of games with him spent a couple of weeks with him up at the Patriots, and for 1 year he was okay. It was the next year when things started going rough that he went in the wrong direction. So OBJ obviously has had some problems in his past, but if he can be what he was that year with the Rams, with the Jets, that team becomes more and more dangerous. 2 other things here, NFL-wise. One, Joe Burrow's coming up on a big contract discussion with the Bengals. The organization and Burrow made a deal yesterday, and I wonder how long it will last. Burrow and the Bengals have agreed, according to reports, that they're going to hold all their conversations about the contract negotiations moving forward private and close to the vest. Neither one of them wants this to get out publicly, and how long it's going to take. There's no timeline, any of that, but they're discussing a long-term contract. But Joe Burrow's people says Joe doesn't want this discussed publicly, does not want it to become, quote, like Lamar Jackson or other situations, and the organization agrees, let's handle this. You're definitely with us this year, making $11.5 million. Then there's an option year. 2 years from now, you can be a free agent. They're working to sign him long-term. They're going to sign him long-term, but probably he could get more money if he was a free agent. So they're wanting to keep these negotiations private. You like this or dislike this?
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of neat, and it's so against what the Bengals are, because traditionally such a cheap organization. If I'm the Bengals, though, I go on and sit him down, because he did have the one injury early on, but I'm not really worried about that. It was kind of a flukish knee injury his rookie year. I give him 10 years, $600 million. And just let's go on and knock this thing out.
Does that make the highest paid? Is that the highest paid quarterback?
Yeah,
right
I mean,
now?
a $600 million contract would be the most. It'd be over Patrick Mahomes. But again, I think in the next couple of years, right when I said that I believe Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in the NFL, then Patrick Mahomes did Patrick Mahomes-like things and won another Super Bowl.
Would you make it fully? We'll make it fully guaranteed. That always entices people. There's some clauses that if you quit.
Well, I would say the first 5 years, the first $300 million is going to be guaranteed, and then, we have incentives, games played, things like that.
Yeah,
on the other side.
I was trying to remember the last time Cincinnati had a quarterback anywhere this close to Joe Burrow would probably be Carson Palmer.
Yeah, that's fair.
And but before he got hurt in that playoff game, Carson Palmer was a really good quarterback.
And then he came back from injury and was really good with Arizona. Carson Palmer's a B and Joe Burrow's an A.
Yeah, but I was going to say he never got to this situation because of that injury, right? He had not hit free agency before that injury, I don't think. Now, this is taxing my memory here. I'll be honest with you. So we really don't have a gauge for this, because before Carson Palmer, the last time they were that good at quarterback probably takes you back to the Boomer Esiason.
Yeah, but it's funny.
So they've never really been in this situation.
But from Ken Anderson to Boomer Esiason to Carson Palmer to now Joe Burrow, they've had good quarterbacks.
They have at times, but they've also had Akili Smith and
$6.5 million is probably what the Commanders are going to sell for. Billion, I should say, $6.5 billion. At what point, when you have a young star quarterback like this, do you say, I tell you what, we'll pay you $300 million cash and give you 2% of the franchise?
I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Ownership.
What are you talking about? To the player?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't?
No.
Okay.
No, that was.
I just wondered at what point where the numbers make sense, or we can just say, we'll just give you a little juice.
Not only can you not do it, I don't think you can promise future ownership either. Like, hey, listen, when you retire, I'm not even sure.
Because weren't the Dolphins trying to lure Tom Brady with part of the ownership?
I think the Dolphins were breaking every rule you could break to try to get Tom Brady.
Cost you a first-round pick,
It
right?
did, and I had our owner couldn't even go to the first half of the season in person.
No, I think the more interesting question is when we finally have $1 billion quarterback. We always said, is it possible to ever have a $10 million quarterback or $10 million coach in college football?
Right.
Is there going to be a contract where
a $1 billion?
I mean, the money's going to continue to grow in the NFL.
Bobby is right about this, though. If I'm Joe Burrow, and he says this in the chat room, $60 million a year is nice, but I'm not playing for a franchise that's going to give me weapons if they're paying me $60 million a year. I mean, you do have to balance it out that way.
Okay, but Pat Mahomes is making $50 million, and he's still got weapons.
Yeah, but he's playing for a franchise that will invest in that. We're talking about Cincinnati being one of the cheapest franchises of all time. Like, if I were playing at Dallas, I would feel like Jerry Jones would go find me weapons, even if they're paying me $60 million.
Right, but Cincinnati historically, the Brown
and I
family.
think Bobby's more saying not necessarily how cheap the Bengals are, but when you look at the salary cap.
Well, maybe so.
Really
I don't know.
Because $60 million a year is going to eat up, I don't know, 50, 60% of your cap.
I would say salary cap plus it being the Bengals, that worries me.
But the salary cap is going to continue to grow.
It does. It does. All right, top of the hour. Tell us about our friends right there at NASCAR Brownie.
I will, Jim.
And we'll get to Bruce Feldman on the other side.
Yeah, 877-GO-2-DEGA. That is the number to call, 877-GO-2-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It all starts Friday night on April 21st with that big one on the Boulevard, then all the races on Saturday, the Cole Swindell concert, then the big race on Sunday. $15 can get you in if you're a kid 12 and under. $15 for your kid 12 and under. Tickets start at just $75. You can get yours by calling 877-GO-TO-DAGA or visiting TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Don't forget that enhanced garage experience presented by Cool Ray, the most immersive in all of NASCAR. Find out more about that and reserve your spot by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
The Backroom Podcast is brought to you by my friend
Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to talk to Bruce Feldman. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by there and see Sterling and his crew for lunch. Again, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. And you can order, take home, watch the Final Four this weekend. Everything easy to go right there. One sentence from Bruce Feldman's story at the Athletic from Bruce about Bryce Young. A coach tells Bruce Feldman, when we heard Bill O'Brien got there, Bryce ended up teaching him the early stages of their offense. That line alone is enough for you to go read Bruce Feldman's story about the upcoming NFL draft. I'll read it to you again for you Alabama fans out there. One coach told Bruce, when Bill O'Brien got on campus, Bryce ended up teaching him the early stages of their offense.
A lot of Alabama fans say, yeah, it looked like it. Bruce Feldman with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's been a minute since Bruce has been on the show. How you been, Bruce? Everything good?
Everything is good, guys. Good to be on with you.
Yeah, it's good to have you back at Bruce Feldman CFB. You can read what Jim was talking about there at the Athletic. As you said, you talked for 2 months to college coaches, NFL sources, NFL scouts, NFL people. I mean, just across the board before you did this. Do you have any idea how many total hours you have in this mock draft?
I'm not exaggerating. I would say probably hundreds, because at some of this time, it's been morning and night where I'm on the phone with guys. And what ends up happening, and this, believe me, I'm not complaining, because this is one of my favorite things to work on, because I end up picking up so much stuff that may not even be in this 11,000 word analysis piece, because it's just, you're talking to football coaches about a bunch of different things while you got them on the phone. And so I gained, like, there's going to be probably 5 or 6 different story ideas or things that I'll go work on that's kind of, I got in conversation with this, but a bunch of these calls, I'm like, I usually text somebody, be like, hey, you got 5 or 10 minutes. And then the call ends up being for like 45 minutes or an hour. And it's just interesting, because even some of the ones, like, there's guys who are not either in my first round or not mentioned here, where I'm like, man, like, I feel like I have a way different perspective on this player, because we had this, I had this conversation with one guy, and then it led me to ask another coach in the same conference about it. So, this is the fun part of the job, or one of the, is just because I feel like I learned so much in the process.
Bruce, quarterback is always the story when it comes to the draft, especially the first round. And there's 4 guys people are really circling. I'm going to start backwards and move up, because it's become kind of a running joke with us about a year ago on this show when we started to see Will Levis as potentially a first-round quarterback. And then he just continued to grow. The legacy of Will Levis, although you didn't really see the production on the field, the guy continued to move up draft boards. I've seen him in the top 5 of multiple draft boards. You've got him at 20 right here. What are the pros and cons right now of Will Levis?
Well, the pros are, he is a big guy physically, not just tall, but he's just, he's a, looks like an old school linebacker. And he can run pretty well, but he's got a really strong arm. The other big pro of it, when you talk to coaches, and I heard this a lot, was 2021 Will Levis, when their offensive line was good, when they had Wan'Dale Robinson, who is pretty dynamic, and also they had Liam Cohen running the offense. He was really impressive. 2022 Will Levis, who's kind of banged up, the offensive line was terrible. No Wan'Dale Robinson, and they had a different offense coordinator, Rich Scangarello, who had come from the NFL like Liam Cohen. But the other coaches I talked to who faced him, they were like, it was so predictable what they were doing. The system wasn't good. It was kind of a hodgepodge, and I think that version of Will Levis was, has given them some hesitation, because you want to see more of the consistency, and it is interesting to see. I think there's a couple of people who like him that I talked to, and there's other people who are like, I don't know if this is going to work out, but in Will Levis's defense, even the year he had that was really, really impressive, 2021, he showed up after spring football when he transferred from Penn State. So he didn't even have a spring to get really some timing down with his new skill guys or the offensive line, or certainly, the new offensive coordinator. So it was all on the fly.
I'm interested when you talk to the other coaches about Bryce Young. Does the conversation go, he's really good at this, good at this, good at this, but do you eventually get to the but, and then his size comes up?
It did a couple times, and the size came up, and one guy who loved him, and it was the same person who had mentioned the Bill O'Brien anecdote, but also was like, his size scares me because, against us, he didn't really escape. And also, we ran him down 3 or 4 times, and we have really good athletes, but those are the athletes that you're going to try to run away from at that level. And he was also, you worry about him taking the big hit, right? Like, what happens when, big interior D linemen land on him. I mean, he's not Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson may be the same height, but Russell Wilson's built like a running back. He's 220 pounds. That's not Bryce Young. But, I think people love how smart he is. He does have really good feet. He's incredibly accurate. He's very mature. His arm is good. It's not like I think the biggest hesitation with him, though, is just, how well will he hold up at that size, because he's going to take hits. Kyler Murray is a little bigger, maybe not taller, but he's a little bigger. But Kyler Murray is more dynamic, and he's got banged up. And it's not, and we'll see how it holds up long term. I mean, he's an interesting comparison because, like I said, he's not quite the runner. He's a good runner, but not quite the runner Kyler Murray is. He's not as big as Russell Wilson. I've seen people throw around even Doug Flutie, who obviously tore up the CFL and had some, late success in the NFL. But it's a different era now, right? And so everybody loves the intangibles. It's just there is a little bit of hesitation because of what you said, because he is small.
Bruce Feldman is with us. Fox Sports, The Athletic is where you read his mock draft that he's got a couple hundred hours in. You follow him on Twitter, at Bruce Feldman CFB, at Bruce Feldman CFB on Twitter. He's also a New York Times bestselling author. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A guy that I guess I didn't watch enough of is Anthony Richardson. You've got him fourth. The coaches that you talked to, the two names that came up are Cam Newton and Josh Allen. Josh Allen was the other one. Cam Newton and Josh Allen. I read it this morning. I was trying to remember the other. I mean, that's pretty lofty comparisons for a guy that didn't have an incredible college career.
Yeah, the Cam Newton one, and I think this is a good talking point to get into. I would argue Cam Newton might be the best college football player I've ever seen, right? And so, and Cam Newton is even bigger. What is he, 6'6", 250? Anthony Richardson runs faster, and he's a huge guy. He's just not quite the same stature. But he does run faster. He's probably, an even more dynamic athlete. But he didn't have anywhere near the success. And it wasn't like, and you guys obviously know this well, that team, save for one elite defensive lineman, did not have a bunch of NFL talent around him. He carried them to the national title, right? So whereas Anthony Richardson looked really good against Utah in the opener, but then it was really up and down. And so this is going to be an interesting evaluation. Now, this was pointed out to me by some coaches who I talked to who've been in the NFL as well. It was like, the NFL game is much more different now than it was 15, 20 years ago, where it's become a lot more like college, where you've seen certainly with Lamar Jackson and some other guys who can really run, that has become more of a factor. And also, you had, the Josh Allen comp, I think, is probably the better one at this point, because the accuracy and the kinds of throws that Anthony Richardson makes or doesn't make, or didn't, at least in college, is similar to Josh Allen. Josh Allen completed 56% of his passes at a much lesser competition in terms of in Group 5, as a Group of 5 program. And then you get that, and that definitely scares people. But the way Josh Allen was utilized by Alabama's old friend Brian Daboll, extremely well. Used as, really let him run, let them lean on what he could do as opposed to the stuff he couldn't. And so and we've seen certain guys do that, like Daniel Jones, again, Daboll did really well, got a lot out of him. And we've seen, and this is the potential fit here, the Colts' new head coach, Shane Steichen. He worked with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has been terrific in the NFL. He worked with Justin Herbert, who can really run as a big athletic guy in his first year with the Chargers. So this might be a good fit here with Shane Steichen and the Colts with Richardson's potential.
Bruce, it was just a couple of months ago, Georgia's Jalen Carter, a lot of boards had him at the top, number 1 overall. Then the misdemeanor charges of racing and reckless driving that led to that tragedy that came out, and I saw him at 24 on somebody's board just a couple of days ago. You've got him going number 5 to Seattle. I mean, where do you think he ends up falling, and how much is that going to affect his draft stock?
Unless there's a lot more that hasn't come out, I don't think he's going to fall outside of the top 10, and I would be surprised if he actually fell past the top 5. I'm going to read you the last quote, and this is from a guy who spent a bunch of time in the SEC. He was the guy you always noticed on crossover film. People that big shouldn't be that athletic, twitchy, violent, strong. He was the best player on that 2021 defense. By the way, that 2021 defense had the first pick in the draft last year and 3 first-round defensive linemen. He's on a different level. All those guys are really, really talented, and then there's him. It's like it's the NFL. We see so many guys who have baggage and have some concerns, and they can't quit it because I think they're afraid to pass up on somebody who they think can be a huge difference maker. Now, the one other caveat to that, never mind, like, what's it going to be like when he has a lot of money? And that, that was a side just conversation I had with one of the coaches who's been in the NFL. It was like, if it was my team, that would concern me because this is a guy, when you watch the film, it's like he's unblockable when he wants to be. And I think with D linemen, you almost never get a 300-pound guy who's going all out all the time. It's almost physically impossible for them to do. But is it, how is he, how is his effort going to be? Is he going to turn it on and turn it off? There's a bunch of guys who are, the former 5-star guys who can have a Pro Bowl year, but also they can be really up and down because they're turning it on and turning it off. I mean, there's a handful of guys that are going to go off the top of my head, who were wow guys when you see them in person, but it didn't, it's not like they're Hall of Famers. And I think that is going to be a risk for the team that takes Jalen Carter. I mean, the people at Georgia, will say the right things about him, but it's going to be an interesting subplot to this draft.
Listen, I know that supermodels occasionally get dumped in the real world, so I'll put that picture in your head as I ask you this question. We saw Will Anderson up close and personal here, and it felt like a not a step back, but just like he wasn't a big – it didn't seem like the light was as bright on him this year for Alabama as it was the previous year, and I'm glad to see in your story that his stock hasn't changed, that he hasn't dropped. Why do you think it felt different this year with Will Anderson than it did the year before with the hype around Will Anderson?
I just think he can be like more of a marked guy because everybody saw the incredible production he had. I don't remember, and I talked to a lot of guys about him, and nobody was like, yeah, he was not. This wasn't like people saw a difference in Will Levis from 2021 to 2022. Nobody was like, yeah, I wonder what happened to him. There was none of that. People, it's almost like they liked him even more because, one of the quotes, and I posted this on my Twitter feed, was like, and I didn't even say it was about Will Anderson, but it was just like, here's what I really love about him. He's out there on PAT and field goal block, and he's going like it's the last play of his career. His motor is fantastic. Everybody loves his intangibles, and they love the athlete too. If you ask me who would be like the closest thing to a sure thing, to me, Will Anderson would be like one of those 3 guys. And one of the other 3 guys is Jackson Smith and Jigba, who won't be a top 5 pick, but I think will be a great value anywhere beyond that. Whereas I think Will Anderson, he won't go I don't think he'll go in the first 2 picks because they're going to want quarterback. But if you told me Will Anderson didn't end up going to multiple Pro Bowls in his NFL career, I'm going to be like, well, he probably got hurt. And I'm not saying there's an injury risk, but there had to be something that, to me, he's the safest pick out there. Just there's so much to like, intangibles wise, physicality, effort. It's just like because of his effort alone, he's going to get a bunch of sacks in the NFL because of the athleticism, coupled with the effort. I just think he's to me, he's an easy one.
All right, he is Bruce Feldman. Go read this at The Athletic. Follow him on Twitter at Bruce Feldman CFB. That's where you follow Bruce on Twitter and support all his work there. Bruce, thank you very much for the time. Great stuff.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thank you.
All right, buddy, take care. Bruce with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, LT, if you would, man, tell us about our friends right there at Gutter Cap, and then I will. I got a college football note or two I want to tell you about. One of them I think is pretty dang amazing.
Gutter Cap, 823-2212. My good friend Chris Stewart. C-Stu, supposed to stop by and see us today. Just a great guy. But look, the last thing you want to do on the weekend is get out that dangerous ladder, get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep all the debris out. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. You'll never have to clean the gutters again. Again, 823-2212. Make sure you tell Chris Stewart the next round sent you. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Colorado has sold out its spring game.
Wow.
Are you kidding?
The Dion Impact. I mean, they probably have sold out a regular season game in half a day.
In Folsom Field, I'm guessing it's probably 50,000, but still, that's incredible.
Yeah, sold out for the spring game is Colorado. And so much excitement around the program. Now, he's an alum, but ESPN's going to carry their spring game live, and Chris Fowler and RG3 are going to be on the field as the analysts for the spring game.
I mean, I'll probably watch a little bit of it if I'm around.
Yeah.
I mean, primetime he's very fascinating to me.
Yeah, but to have that kind of excitement around Colorado football is an amazing thing.
No, it is crazy. I mean, Klatt's going to be on the show with us next week. I bet he's probably not seen this much excitement. I don't know when you've seen this much excitement around the program. And they've been to, couple Rose Bowls?
Yeah, they've been to a couple of Rose Bowls. I remember they played Joey Harrington a Rose Bowl in, I want to say 98.
I mean, Gary Barnett took them to a Rose Bowl, I think.
Yeah, they've been to a couple of Rose Bowls. They obviously won a national championship.
Yeah. They weren't in the Pac-12 or the Big Ten.
No, you know what? They were in a Fiesta Bowl against Joey
Bowls,
Harrington.
Yeah. I didn't think it was the Rose Bowl.
I swear they've been to a Rose Bowl.
I don't think so.
No.
Because they've sucked for the years in the Pac-12.
I mean, they've sucked most
Fiesta
of their
Bowls. But this might be the most excitement since winning or sharing a national championship. Yeah, which is one of the weakest national championships ever.
You know, I just saw, sold out spring game, and I know the stadiums are different, but I thought back to the excitement that was around, Nick Saban's first year, that 8-day game when they packed the place out, and that sort of built it up a little bit. Jeff's saying it's 45,000 is what they sold. It seats 54,000.
I bet they hadn't sold that for a regular season game in forever, though.
I would imagine those seats that he's saying are blocked off have been blocked off for that. Fiesta Bowl 2 times, no Rose Bowls.
Gary Barnett took him in 2001, and Bill McCartney took him in 92. McCartney took him, though, to back-to-back Orange Bowls. I mean, that was the heyday of Colorado football when he took him to 2 Oranges and 2 Fiestas, and then Barnett took him to another Fiesta.
Yeah. But, the Rose Bowl used to be closed. Now Colorado could play in the Rose Bowl, no matter what conference they're in. All right, the table is set now for trash coming up in our next segment. Should be a fun conversation there. And then we'll talk to Clint Lamb coming up at 12 noon about Alabama spring football today. Clint's over there and what he's been hearing and getting from Nick Saban and others after practices every day. The show today being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. I'm just looking at a huge crowd in Houston on TV3 down here as Florida Atlantic and others are running through their open practice. And if you've never been to the Final Four, they get, 20, 30, 35,000 people in these dome stadiums on just the practice days, and it's really such a big scene. When I covered Auburn at the Final Four Minneapolis, that was when it finally hit me, when Jim Nantz was on the court interviewing BP on the big screen up there, and I'm like, there's freaking Jim Nantz interviewing Bruce Pearl.
At a practice.
It must be a Final Four.
Yeah. And I don't know if this event is ever going to lose the luster that it has.
I mean, this is far from a star-studded lineup of teams, but I'm with you. I mean, it's still going to be.
I am so excited. My complete Saturday is programmed around this to watch both games. So excited. I'm out of all my bracket stuff. We're already clear on ours.
There's nothing left to win.
I've lost all my side money with all my other pools and stuff, but I'm still all in. Like, the World Series seems like it has lost steam. The NBA Finals seem like it has lost steam. Final Four seems like it's continued, throughout my, younger years, throughout the shows that we've done together, the momentum's still there, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the more, and I know you're different on the NFL and college football, but I keep hearing people saying, man, we're screwing up college athletics. We're screwing up college athletics. I've never loved college athletics more than I do right now. And part of it is the rivalries. Like I watched Texas A&M baseball earlier this week just because those people hate each other.
They do.
And when they get in this league, I can't wait to experience that a little bit to see if they hate each other as much as Alabama and Auburn fans do. Because I feel like they do. I really do feel like they do.
You can't wait for the fight, the inevitable fight, right?
I feel like they hate each other as much as Alabama and Auburn or more, those Texas and Texas A&M people. But FAU's on the court right now. My bookie can get you into the games. If you don't have anything on the games tomorrow, you're going to enjoy them. But if you want to jump in there and do it, mybookie.ag.
Lance, how tall is LaFonso Ellis?
LaFonso Ellis, and I mean, this is funny. You know, I'm a big Lakers guy, but when Denver had a run
6'6", I'm going to guess,
in the mid-'90s.
Look at him.
No, he's 6'8". He's 6'8", 6'9". And LaFonso was a guy that could ply 3 positions.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's on our TV there. I was just shocked at how much taller he is than Reese and Seth Greenberg and even Billis. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Get started this weekend if you haven't already. Code next round gets you a sign-on bonus of up to $2,000 right there at MyBookie.ag. What a great time. Let's just talk about how excited he is for the Final Four. Hey, get started at MyBookie.ag. Just time for baseball season, the NBA playoffs, weekly UFC fights, our weekly blackjack games, the UFC fights, all of that right there at mybookie.ag. And when you get that sign-on bonus, there are no strings attached. A lot of places are going to give you a sign-on bonus to get your business. What you don't realize is you've got to bet it 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times for it to become yours, not mybookie.ag. But at one time, it is yours and yours forever at mybookie.ag. Code next round gets you that sign-on bonus of up to $2,000 when you sign up right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Back with you on the next round. About to get to trash. Our buddy Greg Nelson, he and his son are in here. Drove by just to watch trash.
Why not?
We got to start selling tickets.
So no pressure on you, LT.
Okay, my man's got him. He's got him a cold Bud Light.
Well, he's got his designated driver with him today.
Better be good trash.
Yeah. Hey, painters and roofers, man. You always catch them with a Bud Light in their hands.
Those stereotypes.
I've told this before, but one of my Little League coaches, I want to say it was my 9 and 10-year-old. I forget what we called that level of baseball. But he was a painter, and every time we'd, ride in the back of the truck to and from practice, at our feet, they'd be empty. It was Bud Heavy back then, Budweiser cans.
He always smelled like paint thinner.
That would roll to the front, roll to the back every time. We're like, he collects cans, I guess. Yes, he does. I learned later in life.
Did you ever have that the guy in your community that would drive the truck, and when he had finished a can, he could just
absolutely
loft it right out the window, and it'd always fall in the truck bed?
I think James Sr. could do that.
Could he?
Yeah.
I mean, it never got on the road. You'd be driving behind him, you'd see him finish, and he'd just throw it out like that.
See, Greg's a country guy. Have you ever? My dad used to be able to take, and I do not encourage this. It is literally littering. But back in the day, the Southerners were different about littering. He would take his Budweiser bottle right when it was done, and riding down a country road, he could flip it out like this over his little truck and hit a road sign going down the road. You've done it?
I've seen it.
No. I've done it.
Yeah.
You've done it?
Yeah, I've done it.
The littering's not the only illegal part about that.
Oh, that's right.
Okay,
That's right.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, but I'm going to say that's statute of limitations on my dad.
Oh, yeah.
Let's don't send him up the river in his 70s.
So he could throw it over the car.
Flip it over.
And it would hit the road sign.
And it would hit the road sign. He could time it out. Now, he wasn't 100% overwards. Always 100% flicking it out, from the passenger side.
Yeah, the passenger side's easy shot.
That's a fastball down the middle.
Easy
right
shot.
there.
But, the loft with the left hand over while you're
And
driving.
moving?
Yeah, it's good feel. But you can do it like on back roads. This is back in the teenage days.
Would he say, all right, look out, Junior, here we go?
Yeah.
He'd give you a warning?
Well, I mean, he like when I would throw him, I was younger. When I would throw him out from the passenger side, not that I was drinking Budweiser, but when I would throw him out from the passenger side, he would get mad because we were keeping score. Everything was competitive. He would get mad because I would choose the larger, like, county signs or the big green ones.
Welcome to Alabaster.
Welcome to Alabaster, right. He's hitting the traditional, speed limit signs. Yeah.
And that's a tough shot.
Yeah.
You and I have disclosed here that we were delinquents a little bit as far as like destroying mailboxes, which are federal property.
Yeah.
But, I don't know how you did. I think you did baseball bat.
With mailboxes?
Yeah.
Yes. I was told I could never speak of that, but yes.
Okay. We did back a motorcycle. I'd be on the back of a motorcycle with a brick. And that was a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
But, now that you think about it, that could have been a disaster.
Yes.
That brick bounces back.
Yeah.
You don't think about those things.
Even if it just hits your tire, if you're up at speed.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then we're laid out, broken up. Somebody comes out of their house.
What happened?
Would have been bad stuff.
Would have been bad.
Stuff we don't recommend.
PSA's
here.
Absolutely. All you
Never,
kids
never.
on spring break listening, do none of this.
Never, ever, ever do this. Champy's brings you this hour of the show. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. I know Greg's been by there for lunch 1,000 times, and you can go by there. Highway 119. Sterling's a great guy. Wonderful Southern fried chicken. All the great sides. It's cooked to order, so it comes out piping hot. Just tastes so good, juicy, flavorful. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the hand-cut chicken fingers. You guessed it. You name it, they've got it right there at Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com. Trash in just a second. Couple of baseball notes from yesterday other than the Braves winning. Did you guys happen to see on Top Plays the Hunter Renfroe catch that he made in the bottom of the fifth of the Angels game?
Behind the back?
Yeah. He's turned the wrong way, and he just throws his glove like this, Brownie, and makes the catch. and it was remarkable. And everyone's wondering, was it luck or did he plan on catching it that way?
What did he say?
I did not hear comments from him. I'm betting it was luck. But in that game, Shohei Ohtani pitched 6 innings of shutout baseball, struck out 10, called his own pitches, and they lost the game.
Yeah. That's the problem with playing for the Angels.
It really was. We will not play with them very long.
No, I wouldn't think so.
More baseball later on, but right now it is time for Trash, which is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, man.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
31.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
One of the great faces behind Mortgage Right, our friend Tanner Allen, had a long conversation with him yesterday about rates and different things. I'm trying to work a move right now, and he's trying to help me out, and that's the thing these guys do. I mean, Mortgage Right's going to help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right, locations 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I got this sent to me. I don't know if you guys have seen the video yet. But anyway, a crash leads to a bee attack. And I'll read, and this could be, and this is in Kentucky, this could be a great trash open.
Oh, I think
is it not the one?
It is the one we've used for years and years.
Where the guy says, "This is some bees."
Yeah,
That's what, yeah.
He ran into the bees.
Yeah,
and
I think Rockstar's got this one.
They started biting the guy, and he's squirting himself off with a hose pipe.
Yeah.
Is it the one where he says the bees were eating them?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know how I haven't heard that.
Yeah, we've done it. Now, I don't know that it's in the... we may not have done it since radio. I don't know if it made the move over.
Okay. Well, never mind.
I haven't seen the open here.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought it was
we
actually...
used to use it. Yeah, we used to use
I
it.
thought it was a news story because it was just sent to me this morning, but now looking at it, 2016. So, we probably have used it.
Guy doing the interview says he thinks the guy's high, but it ends up he's just getting eaten by bees.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was high.
Yeah.
Real country accent.
Turns out he's just getting eaten by bees.
I don't know. So the other night at Odie's, we learned that Louis Vuitton, how old do you think he is? Or when do you think he was born?
Louis Vuitton, let's see, King Louis was way back in the day. I'm going to say he was born in 1957.
No, you're way off.
Yeah, way off. It was 18
It's like
something.
1850s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know he was that old.
And then Brown continued to tell people I knew a lot about designer purses.
Yeah, Lance has a lot of purses.
Which I don't, but anyway. French designer has launched a luxury handbag made from a real meteorite.
Okay.
By the way, at an out-of-this-world price.
Oh, look at it. I mean, who wouldn't want that?
Many meteorite swipe bags, creation of a Paris fashion brand. Coperni, I should know this better, as you said. That I've got
big purse guy.
Cost an astronomical $43,000 for that.
43 grand, huh? Can you get your car keys in it?
Yeah, it looks like...
is it a rock? Does it open?
That's a great question,
Looks
Jim.
more like a half a kettlebell.
Yeah. Very light kettlebell.
Now, the limited edition item has been crafted out of resin and moon rock that filled Earth 55,000 years ago, found in 1968 in the south of France. I can't even believe this story. That could have come out of DeSoto Caverns.
It really could have.
Hold on before you move on. This is what it is, but we can't say it on the air.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know. We cannot say that on the air.
Yeah.
Probably more the Incredible Hulk, though.
I'm not even sure I can show you, Greg, to be honest with you.
He's got a son.
Maybe, was it Adam West yesterday? What was the guy's name? Ken West. Ken West.
No, it's not Ken West.
No, yeah, Ken West's our boy at Walcott's.
Randy West.
Yeah. Andy West.
Andy West. Very good.
Truthfully, it could be Ken's too.
Measuring 9 inches from the top of the strap to the bottom. The design subtly combines archaeology, design, and classical and primitive art.
Okay, pass this to Greg. He's laughing already.
I'm not going to be responsible for that. He's got his son with him. No, I don't think so, Greg.
He's fine. This is next level Dunaway. Each piece exclusively handmade, so the shape may vary slightly from the picture. What a waste. Do you think anybody will buy that?
No, yeah, unfortunately. In the world we live in, sure, somebody will buy it. And they'll take it on the red carpet, and everybody will make a big deal about it.
Florida man
we've started so many trash stories this way.
Florida man accused of burglary found himself in a, quote, itchy situation after authorities said he tried to hide from deputies by burying himself.
What a moron.
Under a pile of home installation.
Oh.
Boy, that does seem
That
itchy.
stuff itches. Have you ever just grabbed it with your hand by accident?
Ugh.
Oh, it's awful.
Now, according to the Lee County Sheriff's Office, deputies were called to a home burglary in progress in Fort Myers, Florida on Sunday, March 26th. In an unusual turn of events, the alleged thief scampered up to the attic, hid from the authorities under a pile of home installation with his face near an air duct so he could breathe. When authorities arrived, they heard, quote, someone walking in the home's attic. Police also found a 5-gallon bucket, installation debris on the floor below the attic access. Quickly pieced this together. Photos shared by the sheriff's office show the suspect buried under that pile of installation with his hands poking up, which we just saw.
Yeah, is that when they said hands up and he stuck them out of the installation? Insulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does look
Gladly.
itchy.
Almost like he's got a tie-dye shirt on.
Yeah. Oh.
So a grief-stricken son is facing jail after it was discovered he had dug up his late mother's body and kept it on his sofa.
Oh.
We saw this a little bit in Psycho.
That's
That ain't
his late
her.
mom?
That ain't her.
Is that the next story, Tyler?
Hey, that's a cop.
My goodness, I want to see what she looked like when she was alive.
Wait a minute, Tyler. That's not her, is it?
That's the one that arrested Cole Trickle.
in the case.
Oh, the cop is the
Days of
the
Thunder.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so anyway, keeps mom's body on sofa. Police found the woman's mummified remains inside of the home of the man named only as Marion Radlin.
Yeah, it's weekend at Bernice's.
Now, his estranged brother-in-law raised concerns about his health. Search of the 76-year-old's home found the remains of the mother propped up on the sofa atop a pile of newspapers dating from 2009.
I don't understand why this picture is up still.
Yeah.
Just leave it up,
That'd
though.
be a good question for Rockstar.
Oh, Rockstar left this behind? It's got to go with the next story. It can't go with this story.
Well, it doesn't go with any of the other stories.
So you're just randomly saying, okay, I'm going to put it up right now?
Oh, I'm prepared to say that
name
might
of
be the hottest cop
picture-
I've ever seen.
The name of the picture is Police Officer Assigned Dead Mom Case.
Oh, that's the cop right there.
I think this is the only one that can go with that.
Yeah, there she is.
So Rocky was going to say something funny about this police officer.
I assume so.
Yeah.
So he was going to save this when Lance was through reading the story. Lance, you ought to see the person that was assigned to do this case.
Well, it's a crazy story. We could sensationalize it a little bit more. Reese Witherspoon. We could make a movie. Reese Witherspoon could play the cop.
There's no doubt.
No, she looks more like that that girl that used to sing Broadway, the Shannon.
No, she looks like Elizabeth Olsen, actually.
If she patted you down for a gun, would you tell her to check 3 times?
I might ask for the strip search.
I swear, I had a gun. You're going to need to check again.
I mean, is she a general in that police department?
I don't
She's
know.
got 5
She's got all the
stars.
stars, doesn't she?
What does she do to get all those stars there? Does she kill people?
Anyway, the woman had passed away, was buried more than 13 years ago.
Tom says in the chat room, I'm guilty, cuff me.
They say it's likely the man dug up the mother's body immediately after its burial, then mummified it. The body has remained in the house since 2010. Police believed the body was exhumed by the son before transporting her back to his home, which is about 300 meters from the cemetery.
Honest to goodness, if this was somebody's birthday and that police officer walked in right now,
She's got a boombox
I would
with her.
honest to goodness think, okay, go ahead and play the music. Somebody has sent Lance a stripper.
Oh, it is Lance's birthday. We haven't mentioned that on the show yet.
Happy
birthday, Lance.
Is this my present?
Well, Jim just spoiled it. Gone away.
Go ahead and dance.
So the high price of eggs and other breakfast staples is forcing some to look for cheaper breakfast alternatives. How about ramen?
Ramen?
Ramen, yeah. Cup
Raymond
noodles.
is a nice guy, though.
Yeah, the budget-friendly food company has created a breakfast version of their instant ramen, which mixes together the flavors of sausage, maple syrup pancakes, and eggs in a saucy texture designed to come to life with water.
That's going to be a hard
Aptly
pass.
titled Cup Noodles Breakfast, the meal takes 4 minutes to cook in the microwave and results in a soup-based ramen that also contains visible ingredients.
Now, I eat the crap out of some ramen noodles occasionally.
I really never did.
I don't think I've ever had ramen noodles.
Oh, my daughter loves them.
You put hot sauce on them?
I do not.
It's just a cheap snack, right?
Oh, I throw,
No, it's like a college.
I mean,
it's so cheap.
Their diet.
But if I've got like a chicken breast I've already grilled or something, sometimes I'll throw a ramen noodle beside it just to make it quick and easy. That though looks like it would be absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I know. Just that flavor of pasta is what's bad.
And finally, Metallica, AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, Tool, Iron Maiden, and Ozzy Osbourne have announced a 3-day mega concert at the Empire Polo Field in Indio, California.
You were excited about this yesterday.
I was. Well, I've seen Metallica, AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, and Ozzy Osbourne. I've never seen Iron Maiden. I really don't care about seeing Tool, but I would like to go to this see Metallica again. Metallica tickets are nearly impossible to get. And I've never seen Iron Maiden, so I'd kind of like to see that.
So Friday night you get Guns N' Roses and Iron Maiden.
Is Axl still trying to sing lead for Guns N' Roses, Tyler? Do you know?
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
Yeah, it ain't great, is it?
And he actually sang on AC/DC's tour a couple of years ago.
Did he really?
Yep.
Yeah.
AC/DC and Ozzy Osbourne, and then Metallica and Tool on Sunday nights. That's 3 nights.
Angus Young's birthday, by the way. Do you guys know who Angus Young is?
Yes, he is the lead singer of AC/DC.
He is not the lead singer of AC/DC.
Lead guitarist.
Lead guitarist. You're
Lead
close, though.
guitarist?
You at least had the right group.
Yeah. So he was the little guy that ran around the skirt?
Not a skirt.
God,
Schoolboy outfit.
Schoolboy outfit. Did somebody run around in the kilt?
I've seen Scott Weiland, the late Scott Weiland for Stone Temple Pilots, operate the kilt before.
I love the night.
Hey, is that original lineup for most of those though?
No, Metallica. Well, no, Metallica still has gone basis to basis. I mean, they've still got their 3 bigs.
Yeah. Guns N' Roses.
AC/DC.
Is Slash still playing with them with Guns N' Roses?
Yeah, they've reunited for the most part. I think there's maybe a rhythm guitarist or the original bassist.
But you still got Slash and Axl for Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, they're all missing somebody. Randy Rhoads died in 1983 from Ozzy Osbourne.
Is Ozzy Osbourne still singing?
Yeah.
He had some health issues, though, didn't he? He had to cancel.
Well,
I know, but he had to cancel a leg of his tour. I think.
Don't miss the cactus.
But without
that is a good design. I like that.
Right?
You know, Leonard Skinner is one thing that you don't have any surviving members, but without Ozzy Osbourne, I don't think it's Ozzy Osbourne.
It's going to be tough to pull that one off. Yeah.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, again, they're going to get your financial house in order. Make sure you make that local call. Again, locally operated and owned. And those guys, anywhere you hear us, though, around the country, they can handle it. Buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Go online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200.
We'll talk Alabama football with Clint Lamb coming up at the top of the hour. Indy Grand Prix is coming back to the Open Wheel Racing to Barber Motorsports Park. And Brownie, this year it's carrying the name of Children's Hospital, everyone wanting to help out and support that great cause.
Yeah, it is, Jim. And I know it's something you get excited about every single year, right?
Yep.
The Indy Racing. Why do you like it so much?
I like it so much because I'm able to kill time while you pull up the copy there. But
you'd have thought I would have fixed this yesterday, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but the Indy Grand Prix of Alabama is what it used to be called, but now
not anymore.
It's the Children's Hospital,
well,
right?
It's the Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, and it is April 28th through the 30th at Barber Motorsports Park. Paul Feinbaum is going to be the Grand Marshal, who gives the most infamous command in racing. You might even hear him do it. Racing legends such as Elio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, and Marcus Erickson will be among the field of the fastest race car drivers in the world. Don't miss the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by AmFirst. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Buy yours today, IndyAlabama.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the next round as we approach the top of the hour, and Clint Lamb in just a second. More baseball as we get closer and closer to day 2 of action going off here in just a second. Braves win last night. NASCAR is coming back to Talladega, Brownie. Tell them how we can get tickets to that big event.
You get them by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That is 877-GO-TO-DEGA to get in to the Talladega Superspeedway and the Geico 500 weekend. It's going to be a great weekend. Starts Friday, April 21st, goes through Sunday, April 23rd. You can start with the big one on the Boulevard on Friday. All the racing on Saturday with the ARCA Menards, the Xfinity Series Dash. It's a doubleheader of racing. Then Cole Swindell with a concert around 7:30 in the infield there. So you can go see Cole Swindell. And don't forget to upgrade your tickets with that garage experience presented by Cool Ray. So much you see there. It's the most immersive in NASCAR. You can see more about that and reserve your spot by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Robbie quickly in at Next Round Live. The lead singer of Korn wears a kilt.
Okay.
So there's one.
I've never seen Korn. I mean, I obviously know who they are. Freak on a Leash. But.
Yeah, absolutely. Baseball news. Marcus Stroman is the trivia question answer.
Okay. What's the question?
First pitcher to violate the pitch clock in history.
Well, we had some controversy in that yesterday, too, the old pitch clock. We didn't make it through one day. The whole Pete Alonso deal was weird, right?
Did you see the collection of games, though?
What was the timing?
21 minutes shorter on average.
21?
Yeah, I had it at 18 minutes, but I'll go with 21. That my math could have been wrong.
Yeah, I just saw it pop up.
Well, but preseason, I mean, in the spring, it was like 30 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah. They had one game that went a little long yesterday, 3 hours and 26 minutes, so that's, skews your average. But not my Tampa Bay Rays. Tampa Bay and Detroit, by the way, played their game in 2 hours and 14 minutes.
What was the final?
4-0 Tampa Bay in a shutout. Not a lot of offense usually in Tampa Bay games, but 2 hours and 14 minutes. And I dare ask the question, is that long enough?
Yeah, that's how I kind of want my baseball now.
Yeah. But
I watched bits of 5 different games yesterday. But
when I go to games, the reason I go to baseball is unlike football. I go to sit outside, to casually enjoy a day with friends, to drink a few beers, eat some junk food out of the concession stand, then maybe go back and get some popcorn.
Well, here's what I would
have another
suggest.
beer. Then I like going to get an ice cream before I go home. And I like sitting outside 2 hours and 14 minutes. Seems like I'm rushing the experience.
Before extra innings, I used to go to every Dodger series over in Atlanta. And I was such a huge Dodger fan, I wanted to see batting practice. So if you want that longer experience, I would just suggest going to batting practice.
Get there early and go to batting practice.
Well, Peter Burns, our buddy with the SEC Network, it's weird you brought this up, was just tweeting because now the Yahoo Sports story says 26 minutes. I don't know. We're all over the place on what time it has saved. But last year's opening day average was 3 hours, 11 minutes. This year's 2 hours, 45 minutes. College baseball's done the same thing this year. They took it from 3:10 a game to 2:46 a game. So it's almost the same exact experience in college baseball.
College baseball was way too fast. I mean, too slow.
Too slow. Well, it's at the 2:46 now is your average.
Great.
That's in the SEC. That's your average 9-inning SEC game so far this year.
Well, Gorilla Ball, you were getting 18-14.
Yeah, I mean, those are lasting forever.
2 other notes. Adam Wainwright, the opening day starter yesterday for St. Louis, also wanted to sing the national anthem, so they allowed him to do that. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. There's video
pretty
out
good.
there.
You got to be pretty good.
Yeah, Buster told us he was good. You remember Buster last year said that he had an original song they were going to play on Sunday Night Baseball.
I'd rather him do it when he's not pitching, though.
Yeah, so he went out there and nailed it. It was really good. And speaking of pitching, we had the fastest pitch yesterday in 7 years. Hunter Green, and I really believe the clock, the gun,
Jug's gun.
Yeah, the Jug's gun is wrong here. 105.2 miles per hour. It was low and outside. 105.2 yesterday from Hunter Green. You believe that number?
Oh, man. I don't know.
Somebody got hit with a 103 mile per hour pitch yesterday.
Yeah, Jordan Hicks hit 103 on the gun.
Yeah.
105?
105.
It's the fastest we've seen since when?
7 years.
7 years?
Yep.
Well, I mean, did you believe it 7 years ago?
I would assume that was Aroldis Chapman.
I mean, the technology's only gotten better, I would think, in 7 years.
I just feel like in-house, they
like we want to exaggerate it.
They juice it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Just so the people will get excited.
Yeah. Because they show it on the scoreboards everywhere.
Well, I mean, so Shohei, when he came in and to strike out Mike Trout, he threw like 4 straight that were 100 to 102, right?
Yeah.
So he's throwing 102.
I think it
So they
does.
say.
I think
So
it
they
does
say.
add excitement for people on the couch or in the stands.
Yeah, anything 100 or over, you get excited
Who's the
about.
kid from Tennessee last year?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He was hitting like 103, 104, wasn't he?
All the time.
Yeah.
So they say.
So
Okay.
they say.
Would you take one to the ribs from him for a certain amount of money?
Yes,
No.
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
yes, you would. There's a dollar figure
There's
on
a
that.
dollar figure.
No, wait.
Not at my age, because
You could bleed out?
I just
Well, I'm not
don't.
talking about to the chest. I'm talking about the ribs.
You
Chest
say-
could probably kill you.
To the ribs. I'm saying that I'm at the point that my bones may be so brittle that it may be cartoon-like and go here and come out here with a little puff of dust.
Goes right through
Like
you
my
like a cartoon.
my beating heart will be on the end of the baseball going out like boom, 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 boom. I don't no. I'm out of taking balls to the chest.
Are you now?
I can
So
still
you're finally drawing the line.
I can still tell you the person who hit me with a baseball in a game, his name, the very first one.
Who was it?
His name was Steve Booth. Steve Booth in Alabaster. In that first league, you're like, I think it's 5, 6, and 7. Some 5-year-olds played, so I was playing at 5. And it up to 7, and he was a pitcher. And I mean, my goodness, it felt like it was as close to here to the wall away pitching. And I squared the bunt, and he threw a fastball that hit me right here. And I fell to the ground because I could not breathe. And it's going to shock you guys. A little bit of a drama.
Yeah, it's a little
queen.
overacting.
I dropped to the ground, couldn't breathe enough to cry, rolled all the way to the backstop, got to the backstop, and then rolled all the way back to the batter's box.
Did your dad spit his tobacco on you?
Before I started able to breathe again and start crying.
Why were you rolling?
Trying to get air,
Just
I
the
guess.
drama?
It is funny. Like,
Play it
I
up.
think you'll always remember the first girl you slept with and the first guy that hit you.
Yeah.
'Cause
Ironically,
John Proctor was my guy, and he was actually
Ironically for Dunaway, same person.
it was an inter-squad game, and I can't tell you how bad. It was probably mid-'80s.
Yeah.
So you go up to over 100 and get hit in the ribs.
Yeah.
And you're
Ironically, both
resilient
of those,
when you're younger.
Both those scenarios took my breath away. Both of them did.
Dunaway rolled to the backstop and back both sides.
Which one made you cry more?
Not the baseball. It was a sad experience. All right, top of the hour here. The show being brought to you by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors. Harbin's Outdoors, they're the ones that are maybe, fingers crossed, building LT a new pool very soon.
Yeah, I'm excited about this because I met with Jeremy yesterday at this potential property. He was doing the measurements. We're trying to find out if it's all going to work out. But the thing that excites me is when I built a pool in the house I'm currently in 10 years ago, I had to have a guy design the pool. I had to have a different guy install the pool. I had to have landscapers come out, clear the space, more landscapers come out, bring rock, a different guy for the pavers. Guess what? Harbin's Outdoors, they're an award-winning landscape company. They do it all. It's a one-stop shop for your pool construction. Harbin's does it all from the install to the lighting, beautiful hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. I'm already looking at the options right now. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly. 205-300-0718. We were texting back and forth last night. Great guy. Again, Jeremy at Harbins, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs, and make sure you tell them the next round sent you.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
My buddy Rick Long remembers Steve Booth out there and me getting hit. Rick and I go way, way back.
The worst was the kid that hit puberty before everybody else and was out there pitching, and he could bring it, and every other kid was just it was literally a man among boys.
Yeah, we had a kid, Matt Smith, when we were in 6th grade, and I mean, he could blow it. You didn't know where it was going, though.
Oh, yeah. That's
and
the
so
scariest part.
nobody wanted to get in the box against him. And so he would strike out guys on pitches that were 4 or 5 feet outside of the box just because people wanted to get back to the dugout. I mean, he was scary because he would hit 1 or 2 guys, and that was the age.
All it took was 1 or 2. And
where
nobody,
you're 11 or 12 and you don't want to cry, but the pain was so bad.
100%. Dr. B brings you part of the show, and then we'll talk to Clint Lamb about everything going on over in Tuscaloosa with Alabama football.
When I started to thin out, it happens to a lot of us the older we get. Dr. Beckenstein is the name everyone recommended. I went to see Dr. B, hair already 14% thicker, and he's got a new thing that he offers. Right now, the Census Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net. T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Do you remember how bad you could act as kids back in the old days? Rick's reminding me that his nickname was Crybaby Booth, the guy who hit us. He said he hit him in the face one time. Remember, we used to, while he was pitching, we would rattle the fence and yell at him, Crybaby Booth. Oh. They let us get away with that in a Little League game.
Clint Lamb is with us now. He's heard enough of this foolishness. He's ready for us to move on and talk some Alabama football. BamaInsider.com, part of On3 Sports, at Clint R. Lamb on Twitter. What's up, Clint? How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How you guys doing today?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. So Bama sent out this practice video yesterday, and it's an absolute dime of a touchdown pass. And Alabama fans were going all Zapruder film on it to try to figure out who threw the ball, and it appears to be Jalen Milroe. And I think for a lot of fans, they didn't know Milroe had that throw in him.
Yeah, it was a throw outside the numbers. You know, that was something that Bill O'Brien kind of complained about last year when it comes to Jalen Milroe. And, I mean, you look at it, it wasn't like Bill fabricated, Jalen's struggles. He certainly struggled to throw outside the numbers. He just didn't feel – or he hadn't shown that he feels real comfortable doing it. So you see that. He threw with touch. He threw with accuracy. And Ja'Cory Brooks made a heck of a catch. I mean, it was good defense on Kool-Aid's part in the corner of the end zone. So, those are the kind of plays that you want to show off in the offseason to let fans and everybody else know that your guys are coming along. And for anybody that's kind of questioning Jalen Milroe's ability to throw the football, hopefully, it's one throw. It's not like I don't think people should overreact to it. But I think people forget that there's a reason that Jalen Milroe was a top 100 prospect coming out of high school, and there's a reason that he was the number 2 guy last year getting the opportunities when Bryce Young was hurt. And he didn't perform his best. But we've seen other guys make, steady or significant improvement over the course of their career. So, it kind of served its purpose, I guess.
I'm not even going to say Bill O'Brien was polarizing. Most Alabama fans very critical. But we were talking earlier, how different will this offense look from Bill O'Brien to Tommy Rees? I mean, can you tell already a significant difference?
I haven't really been able to see too much, but I think that you can tell the difference based off of the style of player that they're recruiting, whether it be on the offensive line, the fact that you signed 2 of the top 4 running backs in the country in Richard Young and Justice Haynes. Just all signs point to them wanting to create more balance offensively. And I think that from everything that we've heard, it seems like they're going to be able to do that. The offensive line, despite the fact that they had several losses, whether it be to the transfer portal or to the NFL, through graduation or early entrant, I still think they're going to be just fine on the offensive line. I don't think they have as much depth as maybe they've had in the past. Still lacking a couple of bodies, but just the guys they have, the recruiting class they brought in, very impressive, 5 guys that they added that way. And then you've got guys like Elijah Pritchett, who's been lining up at left tackle. That's a former borderline 5-star prospect, missed a lot of last year due to a pec injury, but the coaching staff was sky high on him last offseason. And I think that he's only continued to get better. So I think they really like the guys that they have in that room. And I just think that you're going to see a lot more balance offensively. It's not going to be asking your quarterback whether that be Jalen Milroe or Ty Simpson, it's not going to be asking them to be Superman, like you asked of Bryce Young at times. He didn't have the complementary defense at times when he needed it. He didn't have the complementary run game that he could rely on. And I think that Alabama wants to remedy some of those issues and create a lot more of a roster, whether it be offensively or defensively, that kind of balances each other out and can play off of each other. And you can win football games in a lot more ways than simply asking your quarterback to do everything.
Clint Lamb, Bama insider on 3 Sports, the Bama on 3 show. He hosts that as well. And I see a video that you sent out recently about that offensive line, where you basically you guys say remain calm. How much of a talking point is it on your message boards and with the people you talk to on your show? How big of a concern is the offensive line for the Bama fans out there?
Well, I think it's been a little bit of a weakness. I think 2 years ago it was really bad. There was a lot of leakage. I think there was a lack of talent, but also just the way that they had kind of schemed things out. There was a lack of communication. So you saw a lot of leakage that didn't necessarily need to happen. Guys blocking the wrong gaps, guys blocking the wrong guys. Last year was a little bit better. You bring in Eric Wolford. I think he did a tremendous job of getting that position group heading in the right direction. But I still don't think that it was perfect. And I think that they want to continue to kind of move back towards having a dominant physical offensive line that can blow guys off the football, create kind of momentum, and set the tone of a football game through their physicality. And I think that they've recruited the guys they need to recruit, and they've got the guys coming back like a J.C. Latham and a Tyler Booker, who are very physical players in their own right. Now they have a lot of experience. So I think they got a nice blend there. For some odd reason, though, the reason I say remain calm is I think a lot of people compare Darian Dalcourt, who's been, a starter at times at center the last couple of years. They compare him coming back for a 5th season to, a Kendall Randolph or a Chris Owens. And I think anybody that watched the last couple of years, there were some issues as far as their play or performance when they were playing offensive line. Kendall Randolph moved to being kind of a jumbo blocking tight end and did very well in that role. But when he was a starter the first couple of games last year, he kind of struggled. And so I think a lot of Alabama fans want to move away from, bringing back these veteran guys that weren't overly talented compared to some of the others. And they end up with a starting job rather than kind of, trial by fire, throwing a Caden Proctor out there and letting him kind of, go through the rough patch. But then by the end of the year, they're feeling a lot more comfortable, and your offensive line as a whole was a lot better as a result. LSU did that last year with their 2, offensive tackles, and there were some growing pains early, but by the end of the year, I thought they were both playing pretty well, and the unit as a whole was playing a lot better. So I think that that's what fans are wanting. But, I just want to point out to people, you have had those situations in the past, but, the offensive line is the spring. And guys like Damian George last spring with Emil Ekiyor Jr. out, he spent the entire spring as the starting right guard. By the time the season rolled around, he wasn't even in the top 4 guards. That was left up to a lot of other guys. And Tyler Booker, who was involved in that guard rotation, he had spent the entire spring as a true freshman playing right tackle. So, I just don't think that people should be freaking out at the fact that Darian Dalcourt's now, been running with the first team at left guard quite a bit. If he ends up earning that job, I don't think he's the same player as a Chris Owens or a Kendall Randolph because, we've seen him play pretty good football in the past. And he earned the starting job twice over Seth McLaughlin, but injuries kind of derailed both of his, last 2 seasons. So just give him time and give the offensive line time, and I think it's going to be just fine.
Clint, I haven't had a chance to stand next to 320-pound Jaheim Otis. I did get a chance to stand next to 400-pound Jaheim Otis. Can you tell a difference seeing him in person?
He looks incredible. He's the goal, right? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but 2020 hit me pretty hard as far as the weight gain. And he seems to be going in every pound that he seemed to have lost, I've seemed to found. But, very inspiring on that front. I think some fans were worried about the fact that he was supposed to be this big body presence that was really tough to move in the run game. And when he went from being, 400 pounds, you knew he needed to lose weight. But then he gets down to, 340, 342 like he was last year. That's still, big. It's hard to move, and fans were fine with that. Then he got all the way down to 316. And some people were concerned maybe he had gone too far in the wrong, the other direction. And, he even said when we talked to him last week that the coaching staff wants him to be somewhere between that 320 to 330 range, preferably 330. But he's just the kind of presence that he's a space-eating, strong at the point of attack, and knows how to anchor, plays the leverage game extremely well. And I think he's going to be an impactful defensive lineman, not in the sense from a statistical standpoint, but just from the standpoint of, kind of like a Jordan Davis for Georgia, where he's going to be able to create for others and just wreck offensive game plans. And I think that that's something that Alabama's kind of been lacking. They've had a really good defensive line the last couple of years. All of their players have been solid. There's nobody that you look at and say that's not a good player. But they've lacked that, guy who just creates, a huge headache for offensive coordinators on a week-in, week-out basis. You've had that in your edge guys, but your interior guys maybe not so much. So I think that, Jaheim Otis, and not only the work that he put in last year, but the work that he continues to put in, I think he's got a chance to be a pretty special player.
Clint Lamb for a few more moments, BamaInsider.com, part of On3 Sports. You can follow him at Clint R. Lamb on Twitter and see everything he does there. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Other than him and his weight loss, what is a name that has jumped out in all your interviews and the insiders you've talked to from the defensive side so far in spring?
I would definitely say the play of Caleb Downs. He's a 5-star safety, number 1 safety in the country, top 10 player. Everybody knew that he was probably going to get on the field sooner rather than later. But just the fact that he arrived on campus and he's been as advertised, maybe even a little bit better than advertised from what I've been hearing. And that's something that just the tremendous amount of hype that had surrounded him coming in. You see these guys who show up and they kind of, they live up to those expectations in some instances, and in others they don't. But with him, he's exceeding expectations. And it's just been from the fact that we know he's tremendously talented. He can do everything for your defense, great run stopper, fantastic in coverage. You can send him and get him after the quarterback. He's a tone setter as far as his physicality. He can cover tight ends, he can cover running backs, he can cover slot receivers. But it's been his ability to process and pick up on the playbook and learn, the nuances of playing defensive back at the University of Alabama that's made the biggest difference for him. And what I think, you've seen him, everybody else was paying attention to that throw and catch from Jalen Milroe to Ja'Cory Brooks. What I noticed was, Caleb Downs was on the field with the first-team defense on that rep. You saw number 2 out there. So just he's been absolutely fantastic from what I've heard. And I think that with, Alabama losing, Jordan Battle and DeMarco Hellams and, Brian Branch, all those guys at safety, they needed someone like Caleb Downs. But I also think just from a playmaking standpoint, he brings a little bit more than, a Battle or a Hellams. He's got the physicality of Hellams. He's got the coverage ability of Jordan Battle. He brings everything to the table. So I can't say enough good things about what I've heard about him throughout the spring, and hopefully, he continues to live up to that standard.
If the kickoff was tomorrow, who would be the 3 receivers on the field, do you think?
That might be the toughest question out of all of the I don't feel great about the quarterback and determining one way or the other, but the receivers, because there's so many of them. You got pretty much 3 spots more than likely. You got Ja'Cory Brooks and Jermaine Burton. Both those 2 guys are veterans. They've been there, done that. Jermaine Burton could have transferred. He could have maybe potentially entered the NFL draft. He chose to come back. You don't, have a guy like that come back to sit him on the bench. You've got the 3 sophomores in Isaiah Bond and Kobe Prentice and Kendrick Law. And then you've also got this special talent, the number 1 JUCO player in the country, in Malik Benson, who, Caleb Downs, everything that he's been doing for the defense, we've been hearing kind of similar for Malik Benson in the offense. So it's kind of tough. I think there's 6 guys that are really involved there. And if I was Alabama, I'd want to kind of condense that a little bit. I think there was too much rotation last year. It's kind of hard for your quarterback, whoever it ends up being, to build chemistry with 6 different guys rather than, 4 different guys, or maybe even 5 probably would be max. I just don't know who the odd man out would be there. If I had to guess, I think Malik Benson's going to be out there. I really do. It might be a situation where early he's more of a rotational guy, but I think when you actually watch the flow of the game, he'll probably end up being the number 1 receiver. I think Ja'Cory Brooks is going to be out there, and I think, Isaiah Bond as well. That would leave Jermaine Burton on the bench for the first snap. That doesn't make me feel great, but I think that Benson, Bond, and Brooks, your 3 Bs, it's tough to keep those guys off the field.
Benson was, I'll remind the audience, when Luganville was in practice before the bowl game, came back and told us they couldn't cover him at bowl practice. So that started back then, Clint. So I kind of like your pick there.
Yeah, he's a JUCO guy, so he's already got a little bit of college experience. Alabama typically doesn't recruit JUCO guys unless they expect them to actually get involved. Once they get to Alabama. And Benson's been one of those players from the time he stepped on the field, whether it be back in those bowl practices or during the spring, where, he's also been as advertised. And just with what we've seen on tape from this guy, and just the explosiveness and the fact that he can do so many different things for your offense, I can't imagine a scenario where he's not on the field somewhere for that first snap because he's been that special of a player. And that's not a knock on any of these other guys. It's just the fact that Benson is, one of those rare breeds, and I think he's going to be Alabama's next first-round pick at receiver.
All right, Clint R. Lamb on Twitter, at Clint R. Lamb. BamaInsider.com, part of On3 Sports, is where you go to get all his information and the message boards and all that fun. Clint, thank you so much for the time, man. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely. Good talking to you guys.
All right, buddy. You too. Clint with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. Alabama trying to get some of those receivers back from last year into the game, but injury is not a big problem yet in camp for Alabama. You hope everybody stays healthy over the next 10 days. If not, Precision can get them back in the game. They can get you back in the game.
Yeah, there are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder putting something in the attic. Maybe you injured the elbow shooting hoop in the driveway. Maybe you just hurt the knee getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
LT's got our 4 downs when we come back on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on the show. He's going to get you a beer. LT's going to grab a couple of guests in studio. One group left, another one comes rolling in.
It's a revolving door. It's the way we like it.
That's the way we like it up here.
That's right.
You know, when we built all this out and we knew we'd have friends rolling in and out, everyone was worried about how Jim would react. Oh, Jim's going to be so distracted. Did we float that one?
Yeah, we've already floated the keg. Jim's going to be so distracted. What? Did we float that one?
Yeah. Well, I just saw that. I mean, rarely does it float on a fun Friday.
That's one thing I've loved is how many people, it is really an honor, how many people want to come up here and see this and see us.
And just hang out and have a beer on Fridays.
Just hang out and have a beer. I mean, that really is incredible.
But now we've got a problem.
What's the problem? We don't have enough seating?
You know, at 1 o'clock, and LT knows this, we will get a flood of people from the other offices rolling over here at 1 o'clock, and we've just floated the keg.
That's true. It's going to be a problem. They're going to have one choice of tap beer. We've got a lot of bottle beer, right? Bottle and can.
Not as cold as it was.
All Budweiser and Bud Light products, by the way.
We appreciate that. Our Bud Light poll questions out there right now. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. And Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And also by our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services. LT will send out a lock later on. Are you going to make a play on a women's game tonight? Maybe?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah. I did.
Is this the first time ever?
Well, you know, the thing is we have a full slate of Major League Baseball, but not really a full slate. It's a little limited tonight. But when I went through the NBA, I had one play that I liked. I'm giving that out.
I tried to get you to go Celtics last night. Did you?
I didn't.
They won like 140 to 99. Because I even said it. I said, "Ooh, the Celtics playing the Bucks. Bucks off a back-to-back playing." You know, arguably the best team in the East.
So I had the Celtics. Look, you'll see last night I marked it out. Tonight I had the Celtics. I marked it out. I've got one play in baseball. And then I decided to I feel really good about one of these games tonight.
One of the women's games.
Yeah, I really do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel good about South Carolina beating Iowa by more than 11.5.
Well,
I think it's up to 12.
Lance says he's got it at 12.5 right now. And he says he thinks Lance likes Iowa catching them 12.5 points.
If you do, I will take a stake on a women's basketball game and take South Carolina and give you 12.5.
I do not want to give up whatever side I'm on.
Yeah, that's you're forcing him.
But Hemp Hill brings you the lock every day.
Yeah, Hemp Hill Services, again, had a conversation with those guys. Had lunch with my good friend Chad from Hemp Hill last week, and they want to remind you about the HVAC. You need to keep it up in the changing weather. And right now, $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, cooling needs, trust the name that Birmingham trusts. Trust the name that the next round trust is Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
If you're just wondering if you want to go fade Dunaway or ride the hot streak with me, I like the Astros on the money line and the Padres on the money line tonight. Good luck.
I lean White Sox. I took a look at them.
Oh, you think the White Sox are going to start the season 2-0 against the Astros?
You understand it's a 162 game season.
Just barely
and I've got the White
right
Sox winning the Central. I think the Astros, right now, they're going to take a little step back. I mean, no Verlander, already on the DL now for the Mets. Altuve's out.
Yeah, if Dunaway were still in the landmine business, not red hot, that would have been an incredible landmine yesterday. That you took the NL East and gave Lance the field, and Verlander doesn't even make a start before he's on the injury list.
Yeah. I don't know if you noticed or not, but the field, I just told you the Padres and the Astros are 0-1 after day one.
So they'll never recover.
Yeah. LT, I mean, I don't know if you want to go a stake straight up on a money line, but I'll take the Astros against the White Sox tonight.
I think Jim's itching to make a play here, Lance, if you can find something.
Just stuff I like
You've offered a women's basketball game and a day 2 baseball game.
There are things I like. I was just saying that, but we don't have to. We'll get to 4 downs here right now. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Great locations all over town, including the new one in Pell City.
Hey, weather takes a toll on that battery. Make sure your battery is starting every single time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, locations throughout the Birmingham area. It's who we use right here on the next round. Send somebody to Vulcan Tire and Automotive. It seems like at least every couple of weeks. For more information, go online, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
We kind of touched on this earlier, and I told you it was a 4-downs question. But what happens first? Jim Larinaga from Miami actually retires, or Dusty May gets a bigger job out of FAU?
I think Dusty May gets a bigger job. So my discussion about Jim Larinaga retiring is him winning it and retiring, and I do not think they're going to win it this year. So I do think he's going to hold on, knowing that the future could be very bright there in Miami with the type of NIL money they got to throw around from John Ruiz. And I think Dusty May's one more year at FAU. I think he'll have them back in a situation as an American team where they can even be an at-large team next year in the American. They don't have to win it outright. They would have been an at-large in Conference USA this year. And that will get him in this next cycle of jobs as the leading candidate for everybody just about.
I agree with that on Dusty May, but I think both will move on and retire next year. Larinaga one more year.
I think it's just,
and Dusty May gets another job next year.
Now, I'll
the
say
only
this,
reason
though.
Dusty May's not leaving right now, it's not the money. He's got a good team coming back, yes, Brown, but the jobs that came open were not good, great jobs that you would leave for. Next year it may be.
Let me add this, though, real quick. I don't know. Maybe I just missed it. We've had a lot going on that Bill Self has 100% addressed his future, has he?
He has not. In
Okay.
fact, it's a topic I have not gotten to today that says Bill Self KU ?
And I don't think Dusty May would get the Kansas job, but Lance, that could start the dominoes. It could be the ripple
One
effect.
goes here, and
that's
it's
right.
a good job. Yes.
And Dusty May could get a job that somebody vacates to take the Kansas
But here's
job.
another thing to look at. If Miami is somehow able to upset UConn, and Miami is capable of that as good as UConn is playing,
and Larinaga retires,
then I think Miami probably wins the national championship. And I think at his age, I think he probably would sell into the sunset.
And then Dusty May gets that job.
But I said,
then Dusty May could get that job.
That's right. I mean, that would be a great hire for them.
Yeah, you stay there in South Florida. But you have people yesterday point blank asking Larinaga, and he says, regardless of what happens this weekend, I am back next year. Now, that may be a guy thinking he's not going to win the national championship, and he may change his mind later.
Second down.
Speaking of national championships, who plays for another one first? UConn's women or Gonzaga's men?
I mean, UConn's women have fallen off a little bit.
I agree they've fallen off a little bit.
That's really the only way they could go, though, to be fair, is to fall off a little bit. They couldn't get any better.
But there's more, not diversity is the wrong word, more parity in the game. The talent
even in the women's game.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I couldn't pick the Final Four this year.
In the women's game, it's been spread out a little bit more. And you got Kim Mulkey at LSU. They're only going to keep getting better. They may play for a national championship if they win the first game tonight.
Favored tonight.
South Carolina is the team to beat right now.
They are UConn now.
They've won 42 in a row. UConn is still good every year. But you got Caitlin Clark, who, by the way, there's not a lot of money in the WNBA.
Well, what is she?
She's a junior, but I think she has 2 years
Because of
left.
the COVID?
Yeah.
So, she could play a couple more years, and you don't leave. I mean, I guarantee you she can make more on NIL than she can in the WNBA.
She'll break a ton of records.
Yeah.
And I think she told SVP the other night that she's coming back to Iowa because she loves playing, and her quote was, "I love playing in packed arenas."
Well, look,
that's a shot at the WNBA. That's true.
I have taken shots at women's basketball before, but I do think we should try to get an NIL deal with her. It's probably a little pricey, yeah.
I don't know, man.
Oh, I don't
We
know
don't have
what
to talk about women's basketball.
What are you going to talk about? I don't know what she likes.
I mean, I've been to Iowa before.
Okay.
A lot of
There's one.
There's one question.
Okay.
I mean,
how often do you wash your hair? There's some women that only wash it once a week.
Do you use shampoo every time?
Now we're getting a little borderline sexist, where she seems to have enough moxie where she'd clap back at us.
Your
and say,
go-to meal in the kitchen?
I'm not. Yeah, that's when she all of a sudden we're on SportsCenter tonight when Caitlin Clark has sued us, trying to get out of the NIL deal.
Never mind, bad idea.
I just don't know. I don't know what we talk about. In all fairness,
we was workshopping this in live.
I will say that we Montana Fouts, we won an entire season.
We did. We got a lot more.
I don't know what we talked about.
But how awkward did it get sometimes? I asked to see
when
her
you were
back
asking,
seat.
to see her back seat.
Third down.
Some call that good content.
Okay.
Lunsford, I guarantee you, Lance has not seen the Cavender twins from Miami.
Oh yeah, he has.
Oh yeah, I have. It was just yesterday because I figured out, Portnoy and Barstool gave all of these really hot girls NIL deals, and they don't do anything except like dance. It's like He makes them do like one dance every other day or something. But I saw them; it popped up on my timeline.
Yeah, no, they were the very first
But there's
NIL
no way
deal.
they don't play basketball though.
Yeah, they do.
No, they
she's
dress
their
up in
leading.
uniforms.
No, she's their leading scorer
Yeah.
at Lunsford. Am I right? One of the twins, I think, is their leading scorer.
Yeah, one's the leading scorer, one's a bench player. But
Yeah.
I mean, they both play for Miami.
And Miami was, I think, pretty good. Weren't they like Sweet 16 or something?
Yeah.
Is the
They
one
made the
that's
Elite
had
Eight.
like Botox, little Botox? She's a bench player or the scorer?
Had
I don't
Botox.
know.
She's 20.
You look, they're twins, and
Pop
they look
it
a little
up.
different.
Pop it up, Tyler.
So, yeah, one of them leads them in scoring, though, because I thought the same thing you thought, Lance. I thought because they transferred in, where was it, Lunsford?
Stanford, I believe.
Stanford, yeah.
Stanford? Yeah.
So they're smart too.
But they were the first NIL deal. As soon as the law passed and the rule went in, they ended
Fresno
up.
State, sorry.
I heard that over there.
Yes, he's too.
Yeah,
The top right looks the best.
Yeah,
in
go
the,
top
in
right,
the
right
whites.
there. All right, now pop that out.
I mean, that
here.
is strong as new rope.
Okay, go to the top left 3 days ago.
Well, that's after
Yeah.
they lost a game. Look how
Yeah.
upset they
Yeah.
were.
Hey, they're
The
a
one
little
on the right,
excited.
one on the left. You tell me.
Which one do you think uses Botox?
The one on the
Lance?
right, Brownie.
No, she's more winded. She's not the bench player.
Okay, so the bench player is her
14?
face isn't as tight.
Yeah. I don't think. I know girls in their mid-20s are starting to do the preemptive Botox.
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't think there's anybody in college doing Botox.
By the way, I think this verifies we can't do the Caitlin Clark NIL deal. Just this last 5 minutes of conversation
Yeah.
there.
Speaking of Caitlin Clark, have we already gone to third down?
We're on third down, yes.
More points, Caitlin Clark tonight against South Carolina, or the leading scorer of either game tomorrow between San Diego State.
I'll go Caitlin Clark tonight because you're going to have some good defense tomorrow. And I think South Carolina is going to let Caitlin Clark gets hers, and we'll take care of everybody else. So I think she could have like a 35, 40-point night tonight. Now, I say that she's going to score 12.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go what Brown said last there. I think she will be the focus of the South Carolina defense tonight. South Carolina is extremely athletic. They're tall, they're long, they're fast. Again, I'll say it again, they've won 42 games in a row. I don't think Caitlin ends up scoring 22 at all. 22 or more is about where I have her, 22. I think somebody gets more than 22 in the games tomorrow.
I'll go a stake she goes over 22.
No, I'm not going to do that. But I'll go a stake that there's a guy who scores more points in one of those two games tomorrow than Caitlin Clark does tonight. Which is your question?
I was leaning that way, that I would have taken the guy.
Well, then don't force it.
No, I'll take Caitlin Clark.
You'll take Caitlin Clark for a stake?
Yep.
So you got Caitlin Clark what now?
More
I'm
points than
gonna
any
have
of
to
the
thread
guys.
a needle tonight.
Caitlin Clark more than any guy's points tomorrow in the Final Four.
God, I hope she doesn't chip in hell.
Lance said he hopes she looks at the stove clock so she's not late for the game. God, Lance.
Fourth down.
Christopher Walken is 80 years old today. Hard to believe. If I asked you best Christopher Walken role.
The More Cowbell sketch on Saturday Night Live, and I'm not even joking.
Okay.
And you're not even joking.
I'm not. He was
great.
fantastic.
So he won an Academy Award for The Deer Hunter, Best Supporting Actor. He went completely insane in that movie, but he plays insane well. I thought his one cameo in True Romance was absolutely incredible. One of the best scenes in cinematic history.
You know where I wasn't crazy
He
about
was
him?
good in The Dead Zone. Did you guys ever see The
I've never
Dead
seen The
Zone?
Dead
Stephen
Zone.
King film in the 80s?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Why are you just showing him that?
Because you'll say it out loud.
You'll say it out loud.
And we will get kicked off the air. I believe the movie that had like a hidden floor in a hotel, and I'm going to say it was John Cusack could go into his dreams and ended up in this oversized small room, like it was you almost are too big for the room, and Walken is always there in his dreams or something. Is that a movie?
I think that is an acid hit for
Is
you.
that being John Malkovich?
Maybe like he would be somewhere, and then all of a sudden he's in this
I don't
room
remember
that
him being
nobody
in
can
that.
get to. And is that a John Walken movie?
Christopher
Walken movie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He was in Severance. He was really good in Severance.
Oh, I just did not like that show. I was going to say,
Jody
Lance,
says Pulp Fiction. He was really good in Pulp Fiction.
I was going to say
hit a watch in his ass.
A role that I really liked the movie. I wasn't crazy about him in the role though. Was Or the movie
Catch Me If You Can?
No, hang on. No, I liked him in Catch Me as the dad. And I liked him in that. That was actually a good role for him I'd forgotten about. Creasy Bear. Why can I not say the name?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was good in that.
I just wasn't crazy about him in that. You liked him in it?
I thought he was really good in that.
Man on Fire.
Man on Fire.
Man
Thank
on
you. I don't
Fire.
know why I couldn't say it. I've watched it 1,000 times.
Yeah, I mean, he was a retired mercenary, living the life.
Yeah.
Having
I
parties.
just wasn't crazy about him in it.
I thought he was really good in
And I'm serious about Bruce Dickinson in the Saturday Night Live skit. The line, guys, I'm just like you. I put my pants on one leg at a time. I just make gold records when I get them on. I mean, that's a great line.
He was great in Wedding Crashers, too.
I got to figure out this movie.
Fantastic actor. I don't disagree with that.
No, it really is. I can't believe he's 80, man. Time goes so fast.
It does. And that is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, if you're heading on a road trip this spring or summer, you need to, a dead battery is not going to get you there, so you need to take your car to Vulcan Tire and Automotive, the comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. And we encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
He was into The Deer Hunter, too, by the way.
So, Big Ben Parliament, I just said his role that he won a Best Supporting Actor for was in The Deer Hunter.
You did one of those earlier this morning, and Jim did not call you for it. So,
yeah. Back in
what
a
did
moment.
I do this morning?
Jim had just read a comment in the in the chat room, and you read it almost with the same exact inflection that he did.
It's okay.
It happened.
Lots going on. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their titles.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Okay, cleaning up some dead wood. It was being John Malkovich I was talking about.
I said that.
Wow,
I know.
got that right.
That's why I said. You
I
said
know.
that,
Wow.
yeah.
Hey, boy, settle down.
I've just never heard a movie described like that.
Yeah, it's
so-
between the floor, the seventh,
Yeah.
the seventh and eighth floor. There was a floor between a floor.
But really, I saw that movie probably 20 years ago, and I don't remember him being in it. I remember John Cusack being in it.
Yeah, John Cusack, but it was Walken that was
Spike Jonze, the guy that wrote and directed it.
was
And
the
it
guy that was in between the floors, right?
John says that Christopher Walken was not in that movie at all.
See, I didn't think so either. It was a good movie.
Are you mistaking him with actually John Malkovich?
Would you?
I've got the cast
Oh,
right
you're
here.
right,
John
I am.
Cusack, Cameron Diaz.
Does John Malkovich look anything like Christopher Walken?
Nope. Not one bit. I mean,
he's a little eccentric, not nearly as eccentric as Walken, though.
You know, Lunsford, can you turn Lunsford's mic on? Just so I can say this to your face. I was wrong and you're right. That's exactly who I was thinking about. I was confused on who John...
the person the movie is actually about.
Yeah, I was confused on who Christopher Walken was.
It's okay.
Double D says Walken's best role is at close range. That's based on a true story with Sean Penn. It is an awesome movie. Christopher Penn's also in it. I don't know if you've seen that, Lunsford. I know these two have not. At close range?
I have not.
Oh, it's really good.
Little developing news to tell you about after Brownie tells us about our friends at Manscaped.
Oh, Jimmy D, Manscaped. I used the beard hedger today. I use it 3 days a week.
Yep. Usually when we have a Manscaped spot.
It's weird. Well, you know, they do a lot of Fridays, and I do it on Friday. I'm every Sunday, Wednesday, Friday. I use the beard hedger here just to keep it trimmed down. I like it trimmed down close to the skin. Everybody wears it differently. I like it close to the skin. And here's what I really like about the beard hedger. I've got two settings. I got a 3 and then a 2 here on the chin, right? Well, I used to have to swap out the guards. Well, if you can get the guard off that easy, guess when else it could pop off? Right when you're shaving and you're going to gap your beard and it's going to look awful. Not with the beard hedger. It has got the dial on it. That guard will not pop off. Now, you can pull it off to clean it, but it will not pop off. And I absolutely love it. It has been fantastic. The titanium-coated T-blade. They've also got beard shampoo and conditioner, beard oil, beard balm. There are other products. The lawnmower. It's for the undercarriage, for down low. You would never wash your undercarriage with the same sponge you wash your paint job with, right? Why would you do that with a razor? Your face with what you use in other areas. You don't have to do that when you got the lawnmower and then the weed whacker, and they've now got the weed whacker 2.0 for the ears and for the nose. All those products, all those items I just mentioned, we can get you a great discount for if you use our code when you go to manscaped.com, code TNR. We're going to do two things. We're going to lop 20% off your first order, and we're going to pay your shipping.
Yeah.
You're not going to beat that. The lawnmower, the weed whacker, the beard guard, the beard hedger, I should say, all those right there at manscaped.com. Code TNR saves you 20% off your first order, and we pay the shipping and handling when you go to manscaped.com and use code TNR.
News here from Alabama basketball. Charles Bediako, Brownie's guy, has made a decision. Brownie, since he's your guy, I will let you tell everybody what he's decided.
Charles Bediako is going to test the NBA draft waters with certified agent Daniel Green.
Yeah, so that means with a certified agent, he'll test the waters and has the right to come back to college basketball.
And I think that's where you'll see him again.
Yep.
7-footer, good defender, solid offensive player. I don't know that he's got what the NBA wants out of a 7-footer right now, though.
Look, and he needs to get a little more physical, beef up just a little bit. And I think he needs to refine his game a little more offensively. He was very inconsistent. He was a lot better this year, much improved, and I think he can be much improved from this year to next year.
I just don't know. I don't know what his ceiling is, but maybe he can reach it someday. I just don't see him playing in the NBA. He's been really good at Alabama.
Well, and to be fair, I said the same thing about Zach Edey, who's one of your national players of the year. I don't know what his NBA future is.
Well, the difference is he is 7'4". He's got soft hands. He is good around the basket, around the rim.
But what's he do from the outside? I mean,
I don't think Bediako can do anything offensively right now. He could be a guy that maybe you throw in some defensive situations, but to me, not NBA ready.
Yeah. So Charles Bediako is going to test the waters. I think you'll probably see him back at Alabama or another college school. But good for him. You test him, you find out what's going on, and then get to make your decision with all the information you can get.
We've got a 4-star quarterback commitment that's
So
going
random.
on live on Maine ESPN. Is that Maine ESPN?
That is Maine ESPN. This is on SportsCenter.
Okay, so Jaden Davis is the number 6 quarterback prospect in the 2024 class. So there are 5 quarterbacks better than him. Yet this guy is from Charlotte is on Maine ESPN.
Does this not seem random to you?
It does, out of nowhere. He's going to choose here in a second between Clemson, Michigan, Tennessee, and North Carolina.
You guys give me your guess.
I think he's going to go to Clemson.
I think he's going to Tennessee.
Okay. Good guess.
I think you probably need to. I don't know
what just happened?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I think that was a birthday wish for Lance.
What was that?
It was a birthday wish for you, I think, or somebody's had a little too much to
I
drink.
thought Jim was finally going to get his hot fireman.
Yeah, I don't know if that's it. I don't want to see that sliding down the pole.
Not necessarily the way I drew it up there, Tyler. I mean,
I don't know. I don't even know what to say, and nobody saw it, so I don't know.
Wow. Also, not the first set of breasts I thought I'd see up here.
Maybe the biggest.
We are live in the lobby, by the way.
Yeah,
I know.
We're live everywhere. Appreciate that birthday wish, I assume, for
LT? I guess it was directed to Lance. It's his birthday, not mine.
It was your birthday earlier.
I know, but I mean, mine's 2 days past now, Lance.
Some people celebrate them a full week.
That's true. That's a good point.
Shot at me. There you go. The number 6 quarterback's about to pick. Bigger commitment yesterday was 5-star tight end Deuce Robinson. He picked USC over Georgia, Alabama, Texas, and Oregon. 5-star tight end who's not going where Brock Bowers is right now. And Brock's not going to be there long. He'll be gone by the time Deuce gets there. That's a big get for USC.
Yeah, and Deuce plays a lot like Brock Bowers. I mean, he's a slot guy. He can play both receiver and tight end, but he is in the mold of Brock Bowers. And this is a big get because USC hadn't had a tight end like this, and I can't even remember how long.
Jaden's mom is in tears right now.
Well, he's reading us. I think he's doing all his thank yous, and he must have said something really nice about her because she's having to wipe his eyes. I'm just trying to figure out why we're doing this on the middle of the day on March 31st. It's so random to me.
Clemson, Michigan, Tennessee, and UNC he's choosing from. Yesterday, Tennessee already got a 4-star quarterback in Jake Merklinger, who picked Tennessee over Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan State. What are we doing in the final segment? Come on in. Happy birthday, LT!
Wow, I don't like the signage here.
What's that say? Caution what?
Seniors crossing. Slow down.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Show's over.
Not my doing.
Wow.
No, I mean, is there some? What am I looking for?
Hat.
Oh, now I like that.
Not my doing.
Not Taylor's doing.
Let's make this go.
Why is there a dinosaur? Why do we have a dinosaur?
I'll tell you this. I just played the heck out of some defense, and I just got the hard hat.
Why is there a dinosaur?
Why all of a sudden is it Bob the Builder?
Yeah.
I really believe.
Oh, he's old as a dinosaur? Holy crap.
I think there's some messaging in this with senior crossing slow down.
I don't like the way this is going.
Hey, you may want to blow the candles out. We've already had to evacuate the building once.
Yeah.
Don't spit on the cake, though, because...
Oh, that was really good.
Happy birthday, Lance.
That's my cardio for my walk this week.
Yeah, thank you,
Thanks,
Caroline.
guys. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Lance.
Hey, this thing flies.
It's got helium in it.
That sounds like something an old person would say. Hey, look, this thing flies. Yeah. All right. Wow.
Didn't we work with a guy who had an arm like that?
Is that his arm?
All right, let's take a break and we'll do something else in the final segment now. This is TNR being brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR. Get ready to go racing.
Hey, Jimmy, you know what number you call? 877-GO-TO-DAGA, or you visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Go ahead and reserve your spot there at Talladega in the stands, in the infield. You can tip the hat when the 8 car drives by. That's what they used to do for Little League. They'd tip their hat right there. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Upgrade and enhance your weekend by adding a Talladega garage experience presented by Cool Ray, the most immersive in all of NASCAR. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or Talladega. Let's bang hats, boys. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster. Champy's Chicken.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Happy birthday wishes rolling in for Lance over there, including Laura, one of our great female listeners. Happy birthday, Lance. Our RTD4, twice as good as R2D2. Happy birthday, Lance, over there.
Oh,
John,
you,
happy birthday, LT.
Thanks. So this says on the side, danger falling body parts.
Jeez.
My goodness. Drive by on Lance's age today.
I kicked you with both feet.
Jeez.
Okay. I mean, did anybody who love you plan the cake in any of this?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just another day. It's so funny. I was at dinner last night with my nieces who were here.
Right.
Emma and Haley. Shout out.
Yeah.
Emma's in there doing some weird gymnastic stuff in our lobby.
I'm not surprised.
But had dinner with them at Walk-Ons last night. One of my sons was working. He works at Walk-Ons now, Jace. So I go in there to have dinner, and Emily said, so big day tomorrow after we were into a couple of beers. And I was like, yeah, I got to get this house ready for sale. I was like, there's a couple of clients I got to talk to. I literally had totally forgotten it was my birthday. She was like, it's your birthday.
I told Dunaway the other day I did the same thing. I was driving down the road. My parents had Hallie for the first half of spring break, staying over at their house. And Jennifer said they're probably going to want to come bring her to you Tuesday. And I was like, okay, why Tuesday? She goes, that's your birthday, and your parents are probably going to want to come have dinner for your birthday. I was like, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah. I mean, it's another day.
Yeah,
man.
I'm right there with you.
I like the fact that we always have cake up here for people's birthdays. But
yeah, and I try to, like,
and
when it was your birthday the other day, I was like, okay, good. Happy birthday. I mean, it's not like a big deal.
And you guys know how I feel about my birthday.
Yes, we don't even mention it.
Don't even want to recognize it on the air. I get mad every year.
Didn't I give you a not a facial, but I gave you an earshot?
What?
Yes, you did.
With
the silly
what is
string.
that? Yeah, the silly string.
Silly string, right in the old ear hole there. Final segment being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years. Which is older? We asked this at Odie's the other night. LT or Wayne's?
Such a dick.
It just seemed like a good transition.
Fine. I can't do anything about it. You know, I can't control it. It is strawberry cake from Edgar's, Jay Price, and I am pumped about that.
That is the best part of Lance's birthday.
I try to avoid desserts.
You can't avoid that one.
I can't avoid this one.
Yeah, which is older, Jim or democracy?
He went ahead and got himself too.
It did drive by on me because I'm old. Wayne's is 50. 50 years old, and they want to celebrate with a lot more joy than we've been celebrating LT in this last few 10 minutes. They want to give you $50 off, $100 off, $150 off their services. You stack them all, $50 off each service. That includes the beautiful lawn care that they do. They'll make your lawn look the best in the neighborhood. They've also got the mosquito services as well. Tremendous mosquito service that makes you have the ability to get outside and enjoy the outdoors.
Did it at my house yesterday. Yeah, back at my house, going to be mosquito free.
Mosquito free.
They did mine yesterday.
That's right.
Wow,
All right.
almost like y'all live close by each other.
Well,
and that truck just rolled by. Also, pest and termite, $50 off all those, but you got to use the promo code TNR. TNR is the promo code. In fact, anywhere in life, when you just have a promo code, just throw TNR and see if it works there. Yeah, TNR with our friends at Wayne's. Call Waynes.com. Call Waynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. This is for existing customers, too. New customers, existing customers. You can go save. If you're a Wayne's customer, just go save money. 866-WAYNES1. Call Waynes.com, promo code TNR. Jaden Davis, 4-star quarterback, ended up picking Michigan. He's going to Michigan.
When's the last time Michigan's been elite at quarterback?
I mean, you guys never thought it, but Denard Robinson was.
Shoelace. I mean, he played in the NFL.
Yeah, but I thought
running back.
I thought he was erratic, like he was great and bad.
I mean, their last really solid guy. I mean, Chad Henne was good. Tom Brady was good.
They were on the same team, right?
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Brian Greasy was good.
That was 1999.
So it's been a minute.
Yeah,
that's my point.
So maybe Jaden is the answer to Michigan and get them back in the playoffs. Oh, wait, they've been 2 straight years without elite quarterback play. Maybe something to that. That's the week. That's the show. Happy birthday to Lance. Happy birthday to Brown. They each got older this year. Closing the gap on me. Maybe I will not be the oldest one on the show by the time we get back on Monday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.